Hello, hello and welcome to the stream. Good morning, good evening, Final Fantasy XIV time. Final Fantasy XIV time, patch 2.4. We're getting through it. We're getting through it. I'm excited. I'm feeling very awake right now, which is always a good sign. Whereas this, I would say that's probably a good sign for today. Unfortunately, the first thing that I have to do today is speak to Minfilia in order to proceed the quest line. So let's get that out of the way immediately. Let's get that out of the way immediately. Hey, Kieran, and hey, Pablo. It is time. It is time. Riange is wholly dedicated to finding the means in which we may defeat the dark beings. Yes. Yes, this is the beginning of 2.4, so it'll be Dreams of Ice, I believe it's called. So we finished Defenders of Eorzea, patch 2.3 last stream, where we took out Ramu. So we're over the halfway point before we get to Heaven's Ward. We're almost there. Almost there. Okay, so we're going to speak with Alphanol. She's right around the corner. Lovely. Yeah, we're going to be focusing on 2.4 today, and then maybe fit some bonus stuff in as well. But we'll see how we're feeling. There's a Final Fantasy 15 collaboration event coming up in a few days, which is going to be cool. So I think they're bringing that one back. So I'll be able to get the Regalia mount, among other things. It should just be a chill stream for this patch at least. Just decided to start like
how might we serve you?
Voice acting again. You never know when it's coming, do you?
Commander Leveilleur bade you serve us? These are welcome tidings indeed. Given the sensitive nature of the task, I could not rely on one of my own. That which I'm about to tell you, I tell you in the strictest confidence. Some days ago, we received certain documents from an anonymous source. They notified us of the presence of a Garlean agent within the ranks of one of the Grand Companies. Following some discreet inquiries, we identified a suspect among the Immortal Flames, whom we detained for questioning. Alas, the man was not our agent. He was but one of many men in the agent's employ. We pressed the traitor for a name, but he had none to give. He claims never to have met his master, whom he knows only as the Ivy. He was, however, certain that this Ivy had coiled itself around every part of the Immortal Flames. It would seem our quarry joined the company some time ago, and gradually recruited others to his cause. These conspirators are the vines by which he learns our secrets, all without exposing himself. It won't be easy to identify the Ivy amidst this tangled mass of subterfuge, but we have a tendril in our hands, and we shall follow it all the way to the gnarled root. Now, much as I would prefer to proceed with due discretion, circumstances demand that this matter be settled post-haste. Garlemald's War of Succession nears its end, and it is feared that the Empire will soon resume its march on Eorzea. When it does, we can ill afford to have traitors in our midst. The Ivy must be rooted out now.
Hey, Embrefa. How you doing?
We must begin by apprising General Roban of our findings. I would ask that you accompany me to the Hall of Flames, and remain on hand to see that things go smoothly. Assuming the Ivy's tendrils are as widespread as we believe, he will be aware that an investigation is underway, and if that is the case, he may well move against us. We must be prepared for anything, while taking care not to betray our purpose by seeming prepared. A simple enough task for a one-man army like you.
A one-man army like me. Cool. Ah yes, back to the Hall of Flames. Who speak to Ruban? Go. Voice acting here as well. Yep.
What brings you here, my friend?
He is here at my behest. Greetings, Roban. It has been a while.
Hilbert, you old scoundrel. When they told me you'd be visiting, I scarce believed my ears.
They both sound like they got the same voice.
But look at you. The honored captain of the Crystal Bloody Braves. Who'd have imagined, eh?
Not many, but fewer still would have imagined your destiny lay in politics, old friend.
Is this the same voice actor? They sound the same.
Aye. We've both come far, have we not? Lest you wonder, Hilbert and I go back a long way. We've been friends and rivals since we were lads. The last time we saw each other, Alamigo had just fallen, so you can guess how many summers it's been. And in all that time, not a word from the fool.
Ah, well, my dealings tended toward the modest and mundane, unlike some I could mention. As I hear it, no sooner did you reach Thanalan than the brass blades clapped you in irons and dragged you off to die on the blood sands. Being a stubborn sort, you won 1,000 matches and earned yourself a place in the people's hearts while you were about it.
He's not the same voice actor, though. You sound very similar.
With your mountain of prize money, you bought the Colosseum and secured a seat on the Syndicate. Those balls, brother.
Yeah.
Rags to riches does not do it justice. You're a hero to the common man.
Bah, spare me. I am no hero. If anyone is worthy of that title, it's our friend here. Next to him, I'm little more than a glorified butcher. But you, Wilbert, you sell yourself short. By all accounts, you are an adventurer of some standing.
I like to think that I did my part for the greater good. But if you're no hero, then I'm no adventurer, not in this company. Anyway.
Yeah, Ilbert is voiced by Richard Epcar, which is cool.
I have tidings.
I have tidings.
So there has been progress. I've let it be known that this meeting is a reunion between old friends. None will give your visit a second thought. To convene elsewhere would only attract attention. Let us speak here, in plain view of all.
So this is the only 2.x story that you enjoyed in between Heavensward? Interesting. Well, I'm curious to see what this is going to be like then.
So it is we who have been compromised.
Hey, Jay Mullins, thank you so much for the kind words. I miss Metal Gear Solid.
Uncertain times, a man's loyalty may be bought for a fistful of gil.
I get sad thinking about Metal Gear Solid 5 and how much I miss it, to be honest.
For as long as you say, we must needs consider a far graver possibility.
Quajarek, welcome as well.
Could it be that the Monitarists have been in league with the Empire from the first? Very well. I will have my most trusted men investigate the matter. Continue your inquiries in the meantime. It does me well to see you again, old friend. When next we meet, let it be over a flagon of ale.
I look forward to it. Let us reminisce of bygone days and drink to the future of our homeland.
Richard Epcar's pretty good as Ansem in Kingdom Hearts as well. It's a cool, he's got a good voice.
Flame General. You wear the mantle well, old friend. I must work hard if I'm to keep up.
Other than Snake, who is my favorite
It would
character.
seem your services were not required after all. I dare say we have Roban's prudence to thank for that. Still, I was glad of your presence. My thanks, Scion.
Thanks, bruh. I think Otacon is great. Otacon's awesome. Who had the best development? Who had the best development as a character? I think Raiden had very interesting development as a character, that's for sure. But Solid Snake had some really good development as a character, I feel, and so did Big Boss. They both did in just very, very interesting ways. Very interesting ways. There are so many good characters. So many good characters in Metal Gear Solid. I gotta cast a Glamour. A Worm's Gauntlet, so I can still look nice while having better clothes on. Oh, I realized that I haven't even chucked this on yet either, hold on. It actually doesn't look too bad. The Astrum set doesn't look like it looks terrible. That's actually pretty cool looking. It's weird, but it's pretty cool looking. I'm still gonna cast Glamours on them though. I really need to repair my stuff as well. I haven't got my stuff repaired in ages. I really need to like sort my inventory. It's been it's been a long time. I've kind of been ignoring everything. I've just been like running through the stuff, and then as soon as like I finish, I like hop off stream, and then I don't really I haven't really been touching the game much, unfortunately. Should get my stuff before we head out next. I should get my stuff repaired, but I need to figure out where to do that. Yeah, some of the acting is decent. Some of it's a bit silly and a bit wooden, but it's certainly, I feel like it's already going to be an adjustment, like already knowing ahead of time that the voice, but I'm prepared for it, that the voice actors will change in Heaven's Ward, so we'll just have to see how that goes. Hey Tux, how you doing? I need to go back to the Rising Stones. Okay, before I do that, I will go down here for repairs. Yeah, I really haven't had the chance to do anything. Thanks. Alright, go back to the Rising Stones. Meanwhile, Mobius has already completed Stormblood. And it's like, hey, feel free to hurry up. It's okay. If I was just playing this in my own time, I'd already be past Stormblood 2, most likely. It's the harsh reality of the situation. We are returned from Uldar, Commander. See, I never know when I'm getting, I never know when we're going to end up getting voice acting. Or not. Gods damn it. Gods damn it. You enjoyed Heaven's Word so much you marathoned a bunch of it. Yeah. I'm kind of hoping that has the same effect on me, and maybe that'll push me through. I just I've been feeling the effects of not having much time lately to do stuff, so that's kind of why, you know, mixed with some pretty bad internet times and not much free time, it's kind of affected my ability to stream. That's right outside. It's affected my ability to stream. Because the priority is, you know, priority is the YouTube channel. Clearly, to make sure that I'm getting that content out. I'm very excited to check out Heaven's Ward and see what it looks like. Like I've enjoyed and am enjoying A Realm Reborn and the patches in between right now. I just find it so funny when people are idle when they're in the middle of flying, and it's just so funny to just be like, yes, I am a floating motorcycle. Whatever do you mean? But yeah, I enjoy this game. So I feel like if it's just gonna get better from here, I'm very excited. Yes, I am looking forward to the Final Fantasy 15 event. Mobius posted in the Discord about it, so that's gonna be great. I'll be able to get the regalia, among other things, which would be sweet. So it's cool that they're bringing that back. Final Fantasy 15 still lives. My favorite thing about this mission, this quest, is that it's called Back and Forth, and it's literally what I was just about to say. I'm like, we're going again back and forth between people, that's for sure. It's playing like a variation of the battle theme that I haven't heard before. It is slightly different. I'm so glad that flying exists, though. Like it's certainly made things a lot smoother for getting through this kind of stuff. Where are you up to, Pablo? Are you close to where I'm at still? This music is great. Keeping one scenario ahead? Cool. No worries. Defeat Imperial troops who appear at specified locations in Castrum Century. Okay, let's open up this. Okay. Let's defeat some Imperials. Yeah. My favorite thing about this is like defeating like these ones that have popped up, and then all the other ones in the distance that are just like kind of just chilling out, not rushing to their aid. Except for this one dude that was like right next to us. One thing that never fails to impress is the music though. This shit's so good. When you survive with just like no health. Come on. Now we leave. No. Thank you. You just had to hassle me, didn't you? Back and forth. Back and forth. Imagine doing like a full in-depth like lore playthrough of Final Fantasy XIV. Like you do every main quest and every single side quest as you go through it. Doing like a full in-depth playthrough of Final Fantasy XIV would be ridiculous. It would be my life's work to do every single quest, to do a full complete playthrough. So let's be grateful that I'm not doing that. Hey Crystal, how you doing? And Calor, greetings, welcome. Thanks for tuning in. Okay, just keeping an eye on what quests we're gonna be doing. There's quite a few quests in patch 2.4, which is nice. I like it. Yeah, Omega looks great. Omega looks great. Hey Cloden, how you doing? Yeah, in my very first Final Fantasy XIV stream, I was doing all the side quests on purpose because I was like, oh yeah, these are optional ones, but because I was just taking in the game and doing it really slow, so I get like a feel for the game. And I'm glad that I did that. And then it didn't take long for me to be like, yep, time to do something else. Hey, Moody Bastard, thank you so much for gifting a sub. Much appreciated. It's been a nice morning so far. I've been streaming for about 40 minutes. Started the stream a little bit early because I woke up and I was like, nah, let's start now. Let's do it. The morning is young. Let's keep going. Take advantage of the time that I do have to play some Final Fantasy XIV, and then later on in my day, I'll be looking at recording some episodes for next week. Need to make sure I've got that sorted out, hey? Minfilia, hello. Going to meet with the Ishgardian ambassador. Longest I've spent on a non-multiplayer game. It's probably gonna be a Final Fantasy game, that's for sure. Like, let's be real. It's probably Final Fantasy 7 or 8. I played Final Fantasy 7 to the point where the in-game clock stopped ticking. Final Fantasy 8, I've done the same to the point where I got so much gil that it glitched the gil counter. It didn't even show the correct amount anymore. So probably Final Fantasy. I've also put a decent amount of hours into, in terms of like non-Final Fantasy games. We'll give us a subtle shout out to Kingdom Hearts. That'll be there too. Then there's also Fallout 3 in New Vegas, as well as Skyrim. So those games, for sure, have taken many hours from me. And that's just with non-multiplayer. My one of my longest games I put the most hours in, it's a multiplayer game, was the first Destiny 1. I put close to 2,000 hours into Destiny 1. just a few hours. Cloden, I have not played the Monster Hunter series at all, actually. So maybe one day. Maybe one day. Ooh. Hey, I'm glad you're doing all right now, Moody Bastard. And I hope it stays that way too. Well, I mean, I think I'm far ahead enough in the playthrough of Dark Souls 3 now. If you started watching the episodes, with how long they are, maybe you'll get through them. And I'll be done by the time you catch up. I don't think I'm doing too terribly in that game. Oh, nice. Well, if you're watching the Dark Souls 2 playthrough, then I would wholly recommend continuing to do so. That makes more sense. Oh yeah. That is a good point. That's a good point. E2 is I should be able to watch the remastered Prepare to Cries as well for Dark Souls 1. That is a good idea. Yeah, there'll definitely be one for Dark Souls 3, and then with that in mind, yes, I should also do one for Dark Souls 1. Makes a lot of sense to do so. So yes. I'm glad that she is recovering. My thoughts are with you for sure, because I know how I would certainly be feeling. I know how I would be feeling in your situation with that happening. So I hope that all goes well. Yeah, the Dino Crisis playthrough is a lot of fun. I'm enjoying playing Dino Crisis. It's a very pleasant surprise, and it's also just really nice to be playing that classic survival horror again. And it's baffling to me to play it immediately and be like, why has this not been revived by Capcom at all? It's crazy. Hey McMuffin, how you doing? I'm glad you're enjoying the Dark Souls 3 playthrough. It's funny because I've never really had to explain my intro before, but people people have been mentioning it here and there, of being like, oh, I saw this in your intro, but I can't find a playthrough anywhere. Where is it? That intro is constructed of games that I have personally played and loved already, as well as games that have impacted me on the channel, and games that will probably be on the channel in future. So there's it really is it's just supposed to be a collection of games that I'm aware of or that I love already. Kind of thing. Witcher 3 is one of those games that I've already played, so there's not a playthrough of Witcher 3 because I played that before I was doing YouTube stuff. I am intending to do a full Witcher playthrough of the series, starting with Witcher 1, then 2, and then 3. We're gonna do an in-depth Witcher experience at some point. I don't know when. Witcher will eventually come onto the channel, which will be really nice. I think Cloden, I think they're still focusing on Resident Evil because there is the rumored Resident Evil 4 remake, as well as other things. It would be nice if Code Veronica got one. I'm in the camp for Code Veronica getting a remake first, because I actually enjoyed Code Veronica quite a bit. It was great. The voice acting left a little to be desired, but I liked Code Veronica. It was great to play as Claire again. Hey, Vertical Mammal. I'm glad that you're enjoying the Dark Souls playthroughs. And the Berserk read-through has been so much fun as well. I've been enjoying doing a couple of episodes per week, really speeding through those chapters, which is nice because I've been really wanting to keep reading through. So I'm having a great time. Yeah, honestly, if they just surprise announced Dino Crisis coming back, Like, people would, I could tell people would go wild. Yeah, I think that's why people really like Resident Evil 1. The Resident Evil 1 remake. Because it keeps the fixed camera angles, and people tend to refer to that game as like the perfect remake, you know, which, you know, says a lot about the quality, you know. The PlayStation Showcase is going to be really interesting for sure. I'm very excited to see what's going to be coming out of video game news in the coming months, because you got like Tokyo Game Show as well. You got Tokyo Game Show and PlayStation wanting to do their showcase. I'm very excited. I think like a Final Fantasy, sorry, not Final Fantasy. A Resident Evil, Resident Evil 4 remake, will be very similar to how Resident Evil Village looks. It's almost as if they made Resident Evil Village to have so many assets available for Resident Evil 4 remake, because you got the castle and the village and all of that stuff that's got very similar aesthetics. Very similar aesthetics. So honestly, just take a look at Resident Evil Village and go, yep, I could see this graphical quality in Resident Evil 4 remake. It's almost as if they wanted to save time.
Have faith, my friend.
Oh.
You need only state your case with confidence and clarity.
Voice acting. Again. There we go. But yeah, I feel like they wanted to save time on doing the work, so they're like, alright, let's make Resident Evil Village with similar assets and aesthetic to Resident Evil 4, so when we do the Resident Evil 4 remake, it's easy.
Commander Leveilleur, it is both an honor and a pleasure to meet you. I am Emmerich, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights.
Emmerich, the Metal Gear scientist.
At your service. Your reputation precedes you, Sir Emmerich. I think we will find that we have much in common.
Speaking of reputations, yours towers over us all.
I love Resident Evil Village as well.
It does indeed, Lord Commander.
It does indeed, Lord Commander.
I am not too proud to admit that I have followed your activities with an interest bordering on fascination. Full glad was I to learn that you would be joining us.
Full glad.
Now then, shall we begin?
Full glad.
We know full well that the Garleans will return in force ere long.
Lord Commander.
We have yet
Hey,
to achieve
Mobius.
a lasting victory over the primal menace. The beast tribes continue to summon their gods, and each incarnation is stronger than the last.
I still need to do Final Fantasy VII. Oh my god, I keep saying Final Fantasy VII. Like Final Fantasy. I mean to say Resident Evil. It's the whole like numbering thing in my brain. I'm so tired in the morning, clearly. I'm still waking up. Resident Evil 7, not Final Fantasy 7. I need to do RE7 on Madhouse difficulty.
The Ixal do not concern us. The territorial claims pertain to Gridanian lands, and it is the people of Gridania whom they harry. Consequently, the Holy See judges this to be a Gridanian affair, and Ishgard does not intervene in the internal affairs of other nations. Even were that not the case, our forces are wholly committed to the Dravanian conflict. We have not the knights to spare. As for the Garleans, we are not ignorant of history. We have observed the rise and expansion of the Empire, and we agree that it is only a matter of time before they resume their campaign in Eorzea.
Then surely it would be in our best interests to present a united front.
Mayhap one day, but not yet. Gaius van Belsar is dead, and the legion of conscripts he left behind lacks the will to fight. We think it highly unlikely that they will emerge from behind the walls of their castra for some time.
Forgive me, but if Ishgard's position has not changed, why did you agree to this meeting?
It was not only as a representative of Ishgard that I came here.
Pardon?
It is not within my power to change Ishgardian policy, regardless of my personal feelings. There is, however, one area in which I may exert a measure of influence. Concerns have been raised over the supplies House Fortin has offered to Revenant's Toll. These have led to calls for restrictions on the provision of aid to foreign powers.
Hey, Callow, thank you so much for tuning in. Have a good sleep.
I can ensure
Thanks for tuning in.
that shipments continue unabated.
Sir Emmerich, we would be in your debt.
No, you would not, for I require something in exchange. Of late, there has been a flurry of Dravanian activity, the purpose of which was not immediately clear. However, our astrologians have since observed alarming changes in the heavens. The dragon star waxes unnaturally bright, and there are whispers that it portends the resurrection of Midgard-Sorma.
The fallen guardian of Silvertear Falls? That's absurd.
Full many times have I gazed upon the dragon's corpse still wound around the Agrius, and wondered how different our world might be if it yet lived to plague the skies. I do not know, and I do not wish to know, nor does any son of Ishgard. Yet the mere presence of Dravanian forces is not sufficient grounds to send knights to Mordona, whatever our astrologians say. As I told you before, we have not the forces to spare.
But we do. So you will intervene on our behalf if we agree to watch over the Keeper of the Lake.
Do you accept these terms?
I do. I will see that you are kept abreast of any developments. I regret that we could not come to a similar agreement on other matters, but I understand that you are not at liberty to make such decisions. Nevertheless, I hope that what we have accomplished here today will serve to demonstrate to your countrymen that we can work together towards a common goal. Mayhap one day we shall look back on this moment as the first step towards a united Eorzea.
Mayhap we look back on this day, this most auspicious of days.
What is the meaning of this?
How dare you barge in on a precious meeting?
The caravan, my lord. It's been attacked. It was Iceheart, my lord.
What? By the Fury? All our
By the
precautions were for
Fury.
naught?
Give me the Astrum hose, please. Put on my new pants. Why isn't it changing the IX my boots? It actually blends in quite well that I don't even think that I need to bother putting a glamour on that. That doesn't even, yeah. Like, you can't even see the pants because the boots go up so high. I don't need to waste a glamour on that. That's fine. Why is it going to give me pants again? What? The rewards for the main quests are all over the place. Speak with Horsefant. Sometimes I read the names in this game and I'm like, I'm never gonna be able to pronounce this. Where's my voice acted cutscene where it says this guy's name? It'd be Horsefant? Horsefart. Look how small Alphanod looks in this scene. Because everyone's taller. Like, even my character is not that tall. He's my max height that I can pick for the Catboy species, right? For the Catboy race. But, like, everyone else is so tall. And Alphanod is this little shorty. It's so funny. It's a little shorty. The intercession of saints. Fly, you fools! Let's fly over there. I really need to do this one as well. Let me fucking... Actually, I might just do that now. I've had this... Needed to complete this quest for like 3 streams. For like 3 streams. Let me go and fly to this Aetheryte. So we can... Ooh, I already had my mount on. So we can attune this thing so we can do... If it bleeds, we kill it. As well as speaking with Kuplo Cop in the Bramble Patch, because I think that unlocks that does the Moogle, the whole Moogle thing again. Sometimes the music is very unexpected. But I like it. We're not gonna be able to go up here, are we? Oh, we can go through. Nice. See ya. Meow. I need to be at the particular spot. that mean okay, we've unlocked the, yeah, we've unlocked it. The Bowls of Ember's hard. We can do it on hard. You get 12 tombstone. Cool. Well, we'll have to do the Bowl of Embers on hard at some point as well. Now that it's just been added to the duty finder. Now we fly to the main quest. Depending on how we go for time, will be how we go with sorry, we were into the Intercession of Saints. Depending on how we go for time, we might be able to do hard mode Ifrit at the end of patch 2.4, but we'll see. 2.4 looks to be a little bit of a long one, so we'll just have to see how we do for time. Speak with the House for Tim Snyder at Boulder Downs. Give me a second. It's getting a little toasty. Getting a little toasty. I gotta take off my Udi because it's warm in here now. The state I live in makes no sense. Because we've been having nothing but rain and almost storms where it's like, we literally had a day where it's like 12 hours of rain the other day. And now it's just going to be really sunny and hot today. You can never win. And it might also rain today, you can never tell. A very common saying where I live is 4 seasons in a day. Hello? Sorry, wrong room. Hello? Correct room. Speak to the surviving squire. A little bit of a criticism. It's hard though. Like they have to do it. I understand, but like a little bit of a criticism when you're doing these quests is there's so much like back and forth between people, right? So much back and forth with people. While I'm here, I may as well speak to this guy. Like, there's so much, like, speak with this person, go here and speak with this person, then go here and speak with this person. Quest completed. Now do the same thing. Again. Oh, I haven't even done the levy quests here yet either. I will accept your levy quest. I haven't even been here yet. Omega, I thought it was... Oh, dude. Haha. I love how Sid pops back in not even a main quest. Sid pops up. He hasn't not appeared at all in any of these patches yet. Post A Realm Reborn content. He appears in side quest stuff. He's like, "Oh, Omega, it is you. It's me, Sid." Crystal Tower. Ah yes, the old red, green and blue puzzle. What does it mean? Lost your Sprout badge. When is it like, does the Sprout badge disappear after a certain amount of time played, or how far you progress through the game? Ah, there's also a yellow one. You have a taste for those deadly escapades. Survey the designated location and slay the Kobold Sentry and slay the Sahagin Sentry so to get some crystals. Alright, well, I'll do that later. We'll do that later. Which Final Fantasy does this play like? Well, all Final Fantasies play differently, but this one does. I have made this comparison quite a bit. The one that's the most similar, is Final Fantasy XII. Final Fantasy XII, it was like when it came out, was considered to be like a single player, like MMO type Final Fantasy. It did receive some criticism for that, but obviously I wasn't really aware of that type of stuff as like a kid. I just enjoyed it. Final Fantasy XII is great, but it plays quite similar. It has a lot of the same visual style, even some of the same like font and text, but it's good. It's good. I like it. I need to levy quest. Initiate levy quest. Now I need to soothe Winter Nyx. Its health is low, so let me get that ready. It's in a frenzy. Oh, fucking... I fucked it up already. Alright, hold on. Let me get rid of this thing. Is it gonna stop being in a frenzy? You there. You're dead now. I love Final Fantasy XII so much. Like, I think about replaying it all the time. I want to replay it really soon, actually. You have been pacified, bitch! That is part of another player's duty. Never mind. Okay. Hiya! You're mine. Hey Kasumi, how you doing? The Blitzball tournament crystal is very challenging, and you're not supposed to win either. Like, you can win, but like you're not supposed to. Like, it's a challenging one for sure, and I can see why. I can see why the Blitzball tournament could lose you, but trust me when I say Final Fantasy X is one of the best Final Fantasy games. It's so good. And Final Fantasy 15 is fun. I have feelings about that game in terms of it having missed potential, but I do love the game. And Final Fantasy 7 Remake is one of the best things I've ever experienced in my entire lifetime, so do with that what you will. Yeah, Crystal, I'm exactly the same. I'm exactly the same. I buy a lot of games on sale. I'm a patient gamer, which is why I have so many games in the backlog. But yeah, I have done incredibly well with working through games on YouTube. But outside of that, I've been awful. So that's why YouTube's been keeping me very focused. And Kasumi, I'm doing well. Feeling good on this stream. This is actually really nice. Like, internet is being great. I'm awake. Everything feels good. Getting some stuff done. So I'm very excited. Very excited today. This is nice. And then hopefully I'll carry this energy after the stream and record some games as well. And then maybe I'll find some time to take it easy, but we'll see. I haven't been doing anything in the Gold Saucer, Mobius. I haven't been doing anything. I went into the Gold Saucer and went, ooh, triple triad. And then I didn't do anything else. So I actually should probably do that. But I haven't explored Gold Saucer that much, which is my bad. Because there's so much to do. There's so much to do. And am I doing any of it? No. No, I am not doing any of it. Yeah, look, honestly, like, in terms of, like, the amount of work I'm doing on the channel and also finding time to stream, mixing that in with work, I don't really have much going on outside of that, and that is mostly because I've spent, since doing the YouTube channel, like, I've spent that whole time being in lockdown, like, at home, so not being able to leave the house has given me more time than I would normally have, you know? I do miss the outdoors, whatever that is, and catching up with people, because I don't really do that. So I'd like to do that. But for now, I live in a situation where I'm very much stuck at home. And video games is a pretty good way to pass that time. Crystal, it's such a long time before getting to Mass Effect 3. Such a long time before getting to Mass Effect 3. Are you not, like, burning with an intense desire to complete that trilogy? Kieran, I do when I'm in the mood. I play Destiny 2. I've also been trying to get through Horizon Zero Dawn as well, and then after that, I'll be picking up Ghost of Tsushima again and playing through that, because I started Ghost of Tsushima and I've probably played it for like maybe around 10 hours or less. And then I was like, I can't keep playing all these games. I need to focus on one at a time. So I'm trying to finish Horizon Zero Dawn, which I think I'm close to doing. And I really like playing Destiny 2 for a variety of reasons, but that's because I've been playing Destiny since the first game came out. And I still got people that I play that game with, so I probably wouldn't be playing it as much if I was just on my own. But yeah, there's certainly stuff that I do play to chill out too. Ghost of Tsushima is one of the most beautiful games I have ever laid eyes upon, and same with Horizon Zero Dawn. Both of those games are insane. Their photo modes are incredible too. Like, their photo modes are wild. You can make a movie out of Ghost of Tsushima's photo mode because the environment still moves, and I have done that. I've literally just saved clips of me just positioning the camera, setting everything up, changing the time of day, and just letting it run, and just like having the wind blow through, and it's like, it's insane. Having that on my 4K TV with my headphones in, where I don't have to focus on anything but the game, like that is the shit for me. As much as I would love to probably play through Ghost of Tsushima on the channel, I'm like, sometimes I do need some games that I just want to play on my own. Horizon I'd already started when the game came out in 2016, and then I put it down. So this is me trying to finish a game that's been in my backlog for a while that I already started. And then Ghost of Tsushima, I got it when it came out, so it looks very exciting. On PS5 with that 60 FPS patch. Not even 60 FPS patch. You just put it in the PS5 and it would already run at 60. Why can't Bloodborne do that? Everyone mentions how Bloodborne still runs at 30, so that's going to be interesting. I'm sure it'll be fine. Like, 60 is nice, but I can play 30 just fine. And then Horizon Zero Dawn recently got the 60 FPS patch as well, so I turned that on the other day and I was like, smooth, very nice, but very beautiful game. And I want to make sure that I have Horizon Zero Dawn finished so I can play Forbidden West. So I can play Forbidden West when that comes out on the channel. That'd be nice. Ghost of Tsushima would probably, like, it would be incredible on the PS4 Pro. I have a base PS4. Like, I have the first model PlayStation 4. Still works, still fine. I played Final Fantasy VII Remake on that. If I can play Final Fantasy VII Remake on a base PS4, you will be fine playing Ghost of Tsushima on a PS4 Pro. So I upgraded to the PS5 from a base PS4, because I did consider getting a PS4 Pro for a little while before the PS5 came out, but then they announced the whole PlayStation 4 backwards compatibility with PS5, and I was like, good, that is all that I need. That is all that I need. I love a game that pushes you to not fast travel as well, by the way. I love it when a game successfully pushes you to actually walk through the world and not fast travel. It's great. Dark Souls does that to me sometimes, and then people give me shit for being like, why did you travel to a bonfire? Or why did you not travel to a bonfire? It's like, and run all the way back. It's like, I don't know, because I really like the world. I fast travel a lot in Dark Souls when I'm doing some busy work, but it's so fun to just walk through the world, to be honest. But if a game, especially an open world game, can make you not want to fast travel, I feel like it's done a really good job at selling you that world and making you feel like you want to explore it. Horizon Zero Dawn, Ghost of Tsushima are two that come to mind. Oh, well, I guess if we're talking about how the console's gonna sound, yeah, my base PS4 sounded like a goddamn rocket engine when I was playing Final Fantasy VII Remake, but it played it just fine. But yeah, the fan is always going to be an issue. Oh, there's my boots. There we go. God of War was also amazing. Yeah, God of War was incredible on PS4. Again, I've said it time and time again. God of War was my game of the year for 2018. I cannot wait for Ragnarok. So that I'm assuming we're going to see some Ragnarok at the PlayStation Showcase. So I will probably record my reaction to it. I mean, depending on what time it's on, I might even be able to stream it if you guys wanted to hang out and record it with me. But we'll see. It depends what time it's on, because otherwise I might just sleep and then I'll wake up in the morning and record my reaction to the stream. Whew. I think that as long as you personally had fun, it doesn't matter what difficulty you play it on, Crystal. As long as you enjoyed the game, and like, people enjoy games for different reasons. Some people enjoy difficulty, some people enjoy story, some people do enjoy a challenge and can have fun with that. But just because one person enjoys one part of a game, it doesn't mean that someone else's enjoyment for a different reason is any less valid. Like, if you literally want to play a game just for the story, do that. And if that is like, if that's a good game experience for you, that's just fine. I have no issue whatsoever with playing a game on story mode. Because it's a beautiful story. And if the gameplay kind of gets in the way of you enjoying that, then turn it down. So much more to a game than its difficulty, you know. Hey Tito, how you doing? I did play. No, you're good. I've played and completed God of War on PlayStation. Yes. That was the first game. God of War 2018 was the first game that I had played in so long that once I had finished it, I wanted to replay it all the way through immediately after. Like, that's the first game that's made me feel like that in so long, that as soon as I was done, I'm like, I need to run through it immediately. But it didn't have New Game Plus until later. I still haven't replayed it though, but I would love to. I haven't done bonus stuff though, so I didn't go after Valkyries. And I started doing the one, I can't remember what it's called, but it's like that area where you like run through it, and then if you like I think if you die, you go back to the beginning or something like that. So I haven't done any of the Valkyrie stuff. I'd love to actually, and I should, to be honest. But I haven't had the time to revisit it. But goddamn, and also yeah, the teaser at the end when you go home was amazing. That whole thing is, I can't wait to see what they do with Ragnarok. I mean, Ragnarok is huge, so the fact that we're getting Ragnarok in a God of War scenario sounds crazy. It sounds crazy. What are we talking about with like the time? 6 a.m. It's on at 6 a.m. in Australia. That's alright, I could wake up for that. I could wake up for that, maybe. I could wake up for that stream. Hey, Fabian Cobalt Lol. Thank you so much for the sub. How good was that? Was the scene where you finally go back home and you open up the floorboards, and what's underneath the floorboards, baby? Oh, baby. Spartan Rage! So good. Hey, Fabian, thank you so much for your kind words and the sub as well. I'm glad you're enjoying the Dark Souls playthrough. We'll have to see how we go in terms of that prediction, though. Nothing is ever set in stone. Boots again? Boots again? How dare you? I thought the whole, like, sort of, like, reveal and ending of that game was incredible. with Atreus talking to him about his name and stuff, being like, "Oh, they called me this name." Like, oh, did they? They called you that name. I wonder what that could mean. That's pretty spicy. That was my joke. That was my joke, Cloden, about nothing is ever set in stone. Because I know it was written on the rock wall. That was my joke. I'm sorry if it didn't come across well. I have very dry humor sometimes. That's the joke. That fight at the beginning with Boulder was insane. Fucking God of War Dragon Ball Z fight. God of War Dragon Ball Z fight. Honestly, it makes me wish that I was, I started, or like I was still doing like the YouTube stuff in 2018. Like, because then I would have been able to play God of War and Red Dead Redemption 2 on the channel, and that would have been amazing. That would have been so nice to do that. Because I tried to do YouTube in 2017, and I recorded some dumb, short, like funny episodes of some games, because I was trying to do it where all I had to do that with was a Wacom tablet that I did art on, that also was a PC, like, because it had Windows on it to be able to do the art stuff, and I was using that to record my stuff with the internal microphone on that thing, not good quality at all. And like recording my gameplay, no webcam because I didn't have one, and I was trying to just do some videos, and then I was too busy with stuff that was going on, which is really ironic to say because I'm even busier now, but managing to make it work. But I was like, oh, I'm too busy, I can't do this stuff yet, and I stopped doing it because I was working and life was crazy. But I really wish that I kind of like pushed myself to do it in 2018 almost. Because there were some really good games I played. There were some really good games I played in 2018. Like Red Dead, like I said, Red Dead 2 and God of War came out. And that year I also played Beyond Good and Evil HD for the first time. I played Doom 2016 for the first time, and I played the Rise of the Tomb Raider for the first time. And those three games are incredible as well. And those would have been cool to play, I think. And then the year after that, 2019, had some good stuff. Like Jedi Fallen Order came out. That's how I was actually going to start coming back to YouTube again at the end of 2019, because I was thinking about it, I was planning for it, and I was like, preparing myself to do it again. And I was gonna start with Jedi Fallen Order, and then I ended up not being able to do it. I chickened out and I didn't do it at that time. And then 2020 was the year that I went, we're gonna do it. Bought the webcam, bought the microphone, sat in front of my computer, and started doing stuff. And then Silent Hill 2 changed everything when I decided to play Silent Hill 2 in March of last year, when COVID hit and I started working from home, so I had all that time available. And that was it. I think the Egyptian stuff there, Cloden, was actually in their concept art. It was if you watch like the God of War documentary that they did on the Sony, on the PlayStation's YouTube channel, the documentary for God of War. Egypt was one of those ones that they were considering going to, but they chose Nordic mythology. So they could certainly do Egyptian if they wanted to continue it. should be sure. Crystal, I agree though. Tomb Raider reboot trilogy was awesome. The third one, yeah, had some weird stuff in there. But the first two were amazing. The third one was good and fun. I enjoyed it, but there were some certain things about it that were a bit weird and questionable. It was also had a different developer, I believe, for that last one. So that also was kind of like a shame. I'm really hoping that the trilogy is not the end of the reboot. I'm really hoping that the series continues. Like, that was the reboot trilogy, the origin story for this version of Lara, and I would love for that to then continue into her being like proper like Tomb Raider. Like, this was the origin of Lara Croft coming into, you know, coming into her own as being like the Tomb Raider, going through some pretty fucking hardcore trials and tribulations. But I would love for that to continue and get into some new stories with like a more refined version of the character. But unfortunately, we haven't heard anything for a while, which is kind of a shame. I'm glad that we've at least got a trilogy, but we could certainly get more. Could certainly get more. Yeah, I like that they've actually got Egyptian symbols in the game, because like what they're able to do is they can acknowledge that there are hints and allusions to other mythologies in the universe. I just find that so like interesting that Kratos was like, yeah, so I'm gonna walk from Greek mythology over to Norse mythology. You guys want anything on my way out? I'm just gonna walk into a different mythology. You guys cool with that? Yeah, Lara is definitely different. She's so different in the reboot trilogy. Almost like there's some decisions that she makes in that reboot trilogy that I'm just like, what are you doing, Lara? Like, she makes some questionable decisions. That's for sure. I'm actually keen to play through the PlayStation 1 games. I'm keen to play through the PlayStation 1 games. I owned them for a while when I was collecting all of my video games. I had all 5 of the Tomb Raider games on PS1. So I'd like to play through them, because I've only played like the first couple of levels. I've only played the first couple of levels of Tomb Raider 1 on PS1. I played Tomb Raider Legend. So good. So I've played all of that. I haven't played Underworld or Anniversary, but I've got that trilogy of Underworld, Anniversary, and Legend on my 360. And then I never played any of like that PlayStation 2 era. Like, I think there was like the one that was like Angel of Darkness, like the ones that were coming out in the Angelina Jolie era of Tomb Raider. I never watched those movies either, because I didn't watch stuff like that when I was growing up. Most likely because I was not really allowed to, because I was quite heavily moderated as a kid of what I could and couldn't watch. I love how you're saying Angel of Darkness can be safely skipped, but a friend of mine has so much nostalgia for Angel of Darkness, because I was having this conversation with her the other day, like a few weeks ago actually, and she was talking about Angel of Darkness and how good that was for for her. So I think it's definitely like a personal preference, but yeah, she swears by Angel of Darkness. No worries, Cole. Thank you so much for tuning into the stream. I hope you have a good one. Yeah, you do prefer the ones you grew up with, for sure. Tomb Raider Legend was the one that I grew up with. I was playing that when I got an original Xbox. If everyone is if anyone has played Tomb Raider Legend, then you guys know what I'm talking about. Nothing more needs to be said on how perfect that game is. That game was so much fun, and it also came at an influential time in my teenage years. I've never watched the classic era of Doctor Who, Crystal. I did try, actually. I do actually have the original episodes. I don't know if I have all of them, but I've got a lot of them. And I was trying to start watching all the way back at William Hartnell. So I did watch I have watched a bit of his stuff, but I have not had the time. There's like that's a big undertaking to watch all of classic Doctor Who, and I haven't watched any of Jodie Whittaker's stuff. I've watched a few episodes of it, and I wasn't really enjoying it. And I think that opinion seems to be shared, but I need to actually watch through the whole thing, see how I feel about it. I just haven't had the time, so it was kind of easy to drop off of Doctor Who, unfortunately. But I grew up with classic. I grew up with the modern Doctor Who, starting with Christopher Eccleston, who's probably close to being one of my favorites. But Peter Capaldi is probably my favorite Doctor. Everyone loves David Tennant, and we know that he's perfect. But if I'm not counting him, because he's everyone's favorite, Peter Capaldi is so good. Peter Capaldi is amazing. Love the 12th Doctor. So the change of direction with 13th Doctor with the new showrunner, I think soured a lot of people. And Matt Smith had definite silly moments, and that was a really tough period watching for me, because I would watch so many episodes and go, the problem I have with Doctor Who is all these episodes and stories have so much potential. Like, so much potential. It's insane how good these stories could be, but I'm like, they keep missing the potential every time. So Matt Smith, ultimately, I really enjoyed, but he there was some stuff in there that was like, God damn it. God damn it. But yeah, I have a really long watch list for movies and TV shows, because I just haven't had the time or energy to watch a lot of things. Like, I'm behind on a lot. But I am planning to try and find some time eventually when things try and find some time to do some like reactions to movies and shows on the channel. I've been talking about it with a few people in the Discord channel to do some reactions, to finally work through my watch list. It's like the only way that I can seem to focus on things and actually get through them is if I'm actually doing it for YouTube. It's helped me tremendously with gaming and stuff. Yeah, the Matt Smith and Clara was rough, and then Peter Capaldi and Clara was rough in the beginning too. Just Clara was rough. Like, I get what they were doing with her character. It was really interesting in the beginning, and then they kind of fumbled it a little bit, and then it was just weird. And then they just decided to, they were just like, it seems like they had so many plans for her character that they just kept throwing all over the place. But the Clara era was so strange. Amy and Rory were so good for being companions. And they were with the Doctor. They were in the Doctor's life like the longest, I'm pretty sure, with because that's when Stephen Moffat started really playing with the Doctor's age, and they were actually like doing stuff like that. Before that, the Doctor just aged like normally. Like, he was in his 900s, and every year he would be like a year older in like real time to keep up with the show. But Stephen Moffat was like, fuck it, 1200-year-old Doctor now. Oh, now he's 2000. Oh, he accidentally spent 2 billion years in the time prison. Like, he spent some time in there. But it's hard to do a show like Doctor Who and for it to be consistently good with those stories. there's some good ones in there, but it's hard to consistently have quality in a time traveling space and time adventure show that is, you know, also needs to be mostly directed at children as well. Like Doctor Who could be crazy as like a mature experience, but they can't really do that. Yeah, time traveling media is awesome. I haven't played Chrono Trigger, so please don't spoil anything. No talking about Chrono Trigger, unfortunately, because I plan to play that soon. I need to do a playthrough of it, but no talkie. I just know that it's going to be an undertaking for the channel, so I'm very excited to start getting into my JRPGs on the channel, because I've got a bunch. I've got a bunch to play, but the first one that I want to do is Chrono Trigger, because that's really up there on my to-do list. There's a dungeon here, so I think we might be getting into a dungeon soon. I also I think I watched the Doctor Who movie for a little bit with the 8th Doctor, and I thought it was really cool that they actually brought the 8th Doctor in for that special when they were doing the whole time of the Doctor like thing. No, what was it? Like I don't know. They were doing so many different names, but when they did the anniversary special and they were doing the whole John Hurt War Doctor thing, I think it was really cool to bring the 8th Doctor back for that. Yeah, Ishtola. Get him. Get him. Oh, sorry, Ida. They both start with Y. Ishtola's the cat girl. Get him, Ida. Ida and Papalimo are the duo. Paul McGann's been doing very good with the audio dramas, I hear, though. Like, what is it, like the Big Finish stuff? I've never listened to any of Big Finish, but like Paul McGann was like responsible for like most of Big Finish's success, right? And now they've managed to get all the other Doctors in. Papalimo. You will go wherever that tunnel leads, yeah. We're going into a dungeon, I think. We're going into a dungeon, boy. Pablo, you want to jump into this dungeon with me? Hey, no worries, Crystal. Yeah, I think whenever I think it's everyone who's Europe based, it's like, it's late and you're streaming, and then they have to bail. But thank you so much for tuning into the stream. Thank you so much for tuning into the stream. I think Pablo's off, actually. I think Pablo's off. We may have lost Pablo. Scattered to the winds, he is nothing but ashes. Yeah, the Path of the Righteous. We're about to do a dungeon. Snowcloak dungeon. Yeah, that's why Calor jumps in on my streams when I start, and then he goes, "All right, good night," and then he goes. We do got a killie for it. We do. That's all right. We can do this without. We can do this without our healer. Said nobody ever. Pablo is integral to the strength of this party, and we've lost him. Oh, I just realized what this is. Oh, this is great. This was so unintentional. With the water bottle, it's intentional, but I didn't even realize this, but I'm about to eat my apple. I'm eating air, guys. I'm eating air. Hey, Cheno, thank you so much for the Prime sub. 2 months as well. Thank you so much. Rest in peace, Pablo. Rest in peace, Pablo. I feast on the void to become more powerful. $70 Timestone. Snowcloak. Formed in the aftermath of the calamity, the Great Ice Wall has long been through an impenetrable barrier between central and western Corthus. In truth, however, the wall is riddled with hidden tunnels, which Iceheart and her followers have used as a base of operations. You have been tasked with exploring one such tunnel in the hopes it will lead you to the heretic's leader, yet what dangers await are anyone's guess. Okay, let's see how long it takes for us to get a healer. And another DPS. Hey, no worries, Mini Bastard. Thank you so much for tuning into the stream, at least. It's been a pleasure. And stay well. I'm currently, like, willing this apple into existence. Like, starts off as nothing and becomes something. Bonus is awarded. Lovely. This music is lovely for a dungeon. It's very peaceful. Yeah, I actually have like this very talented ability to be able to create something out of nothing via eating. I regurgitate from the void, and I can give back. This is me making a very valiant effort to not buy a McDonald's breakfast. I was like, if I put an apple next to me while I'm at my computer, maybe I'll eat the apple. Usually that fails and I will end up ordering food. But today it's working. Today it's working. Like when you buy groceries and then you watch your groceries like go past their best before date because you accidentally bought pizza. And then you accidentally bought pizza again. Just me. I hate it when that happens, when I buy food and then I go, no, I don't, this food's not good anymore. I need the bad food. I need the lazy food, quick. I have good intentions, but then, unfortunately, pizza always wins. Well, pizza just appears randomly. I'm like, oh my god, where did this super cheesy pizza come from? I got another Hawaiian pizza last night. But I got double cheese with cheesy crust, and then also I got pepperoni on it as an extra. Oh, it was so good. I always find it funny how much of a debate the whole pineapple on pizza thing is, because it's like there are so many toppings to get on a pizza, but pineapple seems to be the one thing that people always fight about. Whereas I'm just like, why do people get anchovies on pizza? I'm like, but then at the same time, I've never eaten anchovies, so I don't even know. I just have like this weird aversion to them where I'm just like, I just associate them as being a negative thing. I should probably have anchovies one day. And then maybe I'll get my my opinion. Like I watched, I was watching Futurama the other day, and it was like that episode where Fry goes to the pizza place, and he's like, I'll have my favorite topping, anchovies, and the fucking the robot like blows up because it's like doesn't compute. I have no idea. And then he tries to he does the whole thing with Mom about the like trying to find the anchovy thing where he's trying to bid on it. Exactly. Go get a ham and pineapple pizza, get a Hawaiian pizza, and then give me your opinion. I will order anchovies on a pizza and give you my opinion. If you order ham and pineapple on pizza and give me your opinion. I think that's a fair trade. I'm willing to try anchovies on pizza. Oh shit. Oh, okay, that's unavoidable, that's fine. Fish on pizza fits more than pineapples. I don't know. Like, doesn't that sound kind of weird? Like fish on pizza? It does sound kind of weird. But I guess so does pineapple. Like, I understand. My favorite thing about ham and pineapple pizza is it's, like, Hawaiian pizza, is it's such a funny creation. Like, I remember I was watching a thing about this. Like, the inception of the Hawaiian pizza is so funny because it wasn't created in Hawaii. It's got nothing to do with Hawaii. And it's most popular in Australia. But it came together by like someone traveling to another place and just like being like, fuck it, what if we did this? And it worked. Yeah, pizza lore. We accidentally got into doing pizza lore. How did that? What happened with the creation? What is that? What even is that? I'll greet it. I'll greet it. I don't even know what it is, but I'll greet it anyway. Yeah, like, there's just something about the taste of pineapple that really complements everything else on the pizza. It's good. It's cool. Why is the music in this dungeon so nice? We're just horrifically destroying these monsters, but it's like, ah, nice. Nice music. Yeah, this is funny. People joining the stream and going, pineapple pizza, but look, guys. It's a very rational discussion. It's a rational discussion. It's literally like a don't knock it till you try it scenario. There are people who hate it and haven't even tried it. And I was just saying it's the same way that how I feel about anchovies on pizza. And like here's the thing that's like that seems weird to me that I've had before as well is even chicken on pizza sounds like strange to me. Like when I think pizza, I think like red meat and cheese. And like, you know, like tomato and like a margarita pizza, like cheese with like some herbs on it and stuff. But if it's gonna have meat on it, I always think about red meat. But there are many people who enjoy having chicken on pizza as well. Pepperoni is good if it's not overcooked. I've had goddamn pepperoni pizza before that's been the most satisfying thing I've ever eaten, and sometimes it's been the absolute worst. Speaking of item descriptions, in the late game Final Fantasy XIV, they stopped giving a shit. Why? Why did they start giving a shit? That's so weird. I'll have to have a look. If you got any recommendations. Like, late game is in, like, A Realm Reborn? Or, like, are we talking about, like, the recent expansions? Hey, Evil Muffin Top, thank you so much for the tier 3 sub. And 2 months as well. Much appreciated. Yeah, that's definitely got the Italians cowering. Pineapple pizza with chicken. They're like, blasphemy. What about a spaghetti pizza? I think that's the funny thing is, I think the Final Fantasy experience, the Final Fantasy XIV experience is different for a lot of people. Is there are people that are like, I've been playing this game for thousands of hours and I'm all caught up and all of that kind of stuff, but they're like, cool, what do you know about the story? And they're like, nothing. That's why I haven't been skipping, and they're like, yeah, I skipped all the cutscenes. And I'm like, nah, we ain't skipping cutscenes here, boys. I want to know what's going on. I'm all about getting the story. Hey Zerd, how you doing? I need to figure out how to get Snatcher going. I haven't got that ready at all. But I think I have obtained a way to play Police Noughts. On the PS1 as a fan translation in English. So I think I've got that sorted out. But yeah, I do intend to do some streams of those. I just don't know when, and also it really just comes down to like time and everything like that. But I certainly have the intention to play... Oh shit. Oh good. I certainly have the intention to play... That's fair enough. I mean, if you're gonna watch someone else to get the story, I mean, I recommend this guy called Apocalypse. He plays story. He likes that. If that's your cup of tea. He's pretty annoying though. He misses some really obvious shit. But if you can push through that, it's probably okay. That sounds so good about the Applewood staff. Amazing. Incredible. They like the I've pointed that out about the quest titles in this game already. Just even in like A Realm Reborn, that I just like, it's so funny to me. Are we fucked right now? I think we're fucked. Yep. Ooh. We really just fucking. Okay. I just think it's funny to me, like, how much stuff that I, like, miss or, like, look over in a playthrough. And then when I do find something and discover it, everyone's, not everyone, a small vocal minority is like, he's faking it! It's all a ruse! He's acting! I'm like, bruh, I could not even imagine having to act. I could not even imagine having to act a blind playthrough out for hundreds of hours of Dark Souls. Nobody can keep up that kind of goddamn act. Especially not me. Plus that sounds boring. Yeah, I can do that, big man, for sure. Yeah, I don't know what that dude in the Discord... I woke up to that. I don't know what he was expecting. It's funny when people join the Discord with that mentality, because I'm like, are you trying to incite a riot? And go, yeah, we all agree with you, man. Everyone's going to be like, what the hell are you talking about, dude? Take the tinfoil hat off. Take the tinfoil hat off, please. Ah! Jesus. Yeah, he joined only to say, I think Apocalypse is faking it all. It's all an act. No one can figure this out. And then he left. Well, he didn't leave. He's still there, but he didn't say anything else. So I don't think he'll probably contribute anything else in a positive manner to the Discord, because he joined for a very specific reason. It is what it is. Yeah, he probably thought he was a genius. He's like, oh my god, I'm gonna join his Discord. I'm gonna call him out. With no evidence other than the fact that when I played the game I couldn't figure it out, so that means nobody else can. Yeah, like, I'm working really hard to make that Discord be a nice place. And it is. So it's always, like, it's always disheartening when, like, something like that pops up. Especially, like, when I wake up. Like, I spent a few weeks, like, a few weeks before I started getting mods, being very stressed out about waking up to the Discord, being like, let's hope that it hasn't blown up. I think something that was pointed out to me by one of my mods about these comments is there's a lot of people that kind of reveal how much they don't know about the game when they make these comments, because these are people that played with guides, or they looked up everything, and they'll make comments in particular episodes about like something, and then in a later episode when I do something, they'll be like, oh, how the hell did he do that? I thought this couldn't happen, because they actually don't know. But then they give me shit. Like, so my mods have said that they've had to delete quite a few things to keep me safe. But I think what they don't realize is just how much the game rewards you if you explore things and you read the item descriptions and you actually like try and piece things together instead of being like, oh, there's a secret thing, Google's how to do the secret thing. Oh, cool. That's how you do the secret thing. Like, it just like, it takes all the fun out of it. Like, I've been slowly piecing together over the past few episodes something that I think's going to be really cool. Because it feels like it's on that, it feels like it's that same level of, it feels like it's on that same level of Dark Souls 1 DLC. Because the Dark Souls 1 DLC is super weird to figure out. And I did need a push in that playthrough to figure that out. And I don't think I would have been able to piece that together in that playthrough on my own. But there's something in this game, in Dark Souls 3, that feels like it's on that same level. There's a few things that I've come across that all allude to a particular spot. So I'm very curious to see if that'll pay off. I'm sure if I end up figuring it out and I get it right, I'm gonna have a lot of people, a lot of that vocal minority again, being like, how dare he find things? But yeah, it's wild. Like the game, like the stuff isn't put in the game for you to never find unless you look up a guide. Like that wouldn't make any sense. That would be a terrible game. Like it's like you never find this. It's like if you literally listen to what the NPCs have to say, because they give you so much information. If you listen to what the NPCs have to say, if you read the items on almost everything, like there's so much there for you to be able to like put together. And whenever I have done that, it's been very rewarding. And whenever I've had to look something up, like it's happened in the Dark Souls 1 playthrough, is I'm literally like, hey guys, full disclosure, I had to look this up. I did that when I accidentally hit the giant blacksmith, and I was like, holy fuck, I've hit an NPC for the first time by accident, and he's raging at me, and I think I've just messed up the game. I had to look up, I was like, how can I fix this? To get my answer that I needed to go speak to, what was it, Oswald of Karim? To cleanse myself of sin, like, and I was open about that. In the same way that it's like, I've been playing through the Resident Evil series blind, but when we got to Resident Evil 5 and Resident Evil 7, I was like, hey guys, I've played these games before. I played these two games before, full disclosure. So this is going to be a fun playthrough of the game that I've already experienced. And that was fun for me as well. You know what I could have done? I could have just said that they were blind playthroughs. Like, that's why I always get confused with people like, he's faking it. Like, I literally have playthroughs on the channel that aren't blind, so I can get to the games in that series that I am blind on. Like, I played Dead Space 1 again on the channel, so I could play Dead Space 2 blind. I played Resident Evil 5 and 7 because it would make no sense to just skip over those. And I actually think replaying a game on the channel is fun because I don't want to do just blind playthroughs, because I think there's way more to enjoy when there's some variety. And like then you actually get to see what it's like when I've played a game, played the game before. And I like to think that it's very good to be able to see how I play games. Like how I play games when I already know like what's happening and what's about to come up. Like when I know things about games. Oh god. Oh, now I'm dead. I wiped. I'm gonna need a heal, please. Raise Raise me. I was going to use my limit breaks. That's such a shame that I wiped and I didn't even get raised. But whatever. We did it. We did it. Honestly, when I threw poop on the invisible pathway, that made me laugh so hard. That was great. Can I get a res, please? Thank you. He reses me after. Wonderful. No, with Cloden, with Oswald, he automatically appears after you ring the bell. Like he's standing there, so he's actually there when you've rung the bell. So you do know that he's there. When you ring the bell and you go down the ladder,
Do you justice, warrior of light?
he's just standing there.
Yes, I know who you are, and you know who I am.
Do I? You've got question marks. Who are you?
I was given the name Izel.
Oh, okay, it's Iceheart.
The name Iceheart.
This is the Iceheart lady. There we go.
This endless cycle of hatred, of bloodshed, of sorrow. You would see it continue, O noble warrior of light. I would not. I will not. I will bring an end to this war between dragon and man, no matter the cost. In time, you will come to understand that what we do for the greater good. For Eorzea, for Hydaelyn.
Yeah, I'm willing this apple into existence right now. Oh, she's gone. Interesting. Yeah, when you stream, make sure you have your void apple and your void water, and you're set. The apple was an accident. The bottle was intentional. But yeah, now that we're out of the dungeon, like, legitimately, like, I actually really like it when I replay a game that I've already played before on the channel, because you guys actually get to see, like, a different version of me. You get to see, like, my skill set in a game that I'm familiar with. And I get to talk about what I like about the game, right? And all this stuff, and, like, it's a whole different experience, like, being able to replay a game that I played years ago. Like, I am preparing a BioShock playthrough, and I've already played BioShock before, because we got Dex in the Discord. We got Dex in the Discord to be playing through BioShock, through pain and suffering, and he's going to be very entertained watching my playthrough, because I've already played it before and it's great. But you know what I could do? Is I could just say, oh, it's a blind playthrough. But, like, I would then have to keep that lie for the rest of my YouTube life. And that sounds awful. That sounds awful. Like, and that's why the beginning of my of the Dark Souls series, I'm like, hey guys, like, before I did this series, I reached out to my community and I was like, hey, can I have any, like, to make this as smooth as possible, can I have any, like, tips that you might give that could make this, you know, as smooth as possible. And I was given like the tips to start as a pyromancer, to get the master key, whether you agree with that or not. It's how it played out, stuff like that. And I also got like the tip to make sure you read the item descriptions, you know. And I like to think that that's probably one of the best tips I ever got. But in Dark Souls 1, I prepped for that playthrough with, hey, can I have a couple of tips? Because all I know about Dark Souls is this game's like really hard and punishing. Because all that I knew about it was what the community of Dark Souls would talk about, was like, get good, right? What am I zooming in on? The beautiful cat girl with the lightning hair, or is it all of the kittens? Because there's a lot going on here right now. Or is it the guy with the hair? It looks like me, except with a goddamn pompadour. Oh no, it's the koala on your shoulder. Oh my god. That's absolutely adorable. Look at that. Love that. The koala on your shoulder. Koala Joey. Koala Joey. And then in Dark Souls 2, you know, I took less advice because I was familiar now. I was like, I'm comfortable. I finished a Dark Souls game and I never thought that I would, because all I knew about it was like the whole get good mentality of this game. It punishes you and trolls you. So it was funny that when I was playing Dark Souls 2, I was like, I feel like this is the game that the Dark Souls community was talking about, because this one is just trolling me. So that's what I was thinking. Like when I was playing Dark Souls 2, I was like, ah, this is like what I thought all of Dark Souls was like, was Dark Souls 2. And then with Dark Souls 3, I have very comfortably done my own thing, avoided tips, avoided all of that kind of stuff. Because I'm like, I'm on my third game now. I feel very comfortable. I know what's going on. I know from previous playthroughs how you can do things and looking for areas that you might not expect, like stuff like that. So, you know, there are people who are jumping in on the Dark Souls 3 playthrough who haven't watched the DS1 and DS2 playthroughs that are going, how can this guy figure it out? And so it is very defeating. And it's very sad, like to read that kind of stuff, especially when someone tries to make it like personal when they're like come into the Discord about it. Because I put so much effort into being like genuine with my like playthroughs and reactions, you know. Like, I almost woke up today, like, when I read that dude who came into the Discord, I almost woke up today and went, either I am turning comments off completely for Bloodborne, or I am going to play through all of Bloodborne in one go before I even upload a single episode, and then upload it all. And I feel like that would just frustrate so many people. And that's the problem. That is a really hard thing. Is I really like the Let's Play to feel like we're playing through the game together. Like you're sat on the couch and we're playing the game together. That's why I like doing long form content with like a few hours. Is like we're sitting down and we're playing a video game together. You know. You're not gonna get that when the comments are off, and you're not gonna get that when I heavily edit like a video to like 30 minutes of only showing the stuff where I find things or kill a boss, you know? I like keeping the magic of the game in there, you know? So Bloodborne, my moderators are already prepping themselves for Bloodborne. I'm not going to be reading anything. All I know about Bloodborne, I've packed all my games away because I'm moving, but I used to have my Bloodborne case on the shelf. All I know about Bloodborne is the front cover of the dude who's facing a place, and it looks awesome. That's all I know about Bloodborne. The game's called Bloodborne, so there's probably blood in it. And it looks dark, and I think that's awesome. So that's it. So we'll be playing Bloodborne. Oh, and I also know that it's 30 FPS because everybody talks about that. So that's it. Lewis, I will be playing the Dark Souls 3 DLC as well. We accidentally walked into one of them in the playthrough. I accidentally walked into the painted world. So I'll be doing that at some point. And then there's also the ringed city, because obviously when you go into the Dark Souls 3 main menu, it literally tells you what they are because they're installed. So we're doing the ringed city. I mean, that's completely out of context, so I have no idea what that means. But we'll be doing that at some point as well. Oh my god, yeah, true. What if at the PlayStation Showcase they announced goddamn Bloodborne PS5? Or like at least 60 FPS. That would be the perfect timing. That would be the perfect timing. Because I'm playing it. I'm probably going to be playing it next month for Spooktober. So I feel like that's going to be fit. That's going to be quite fitting, actually. But we can only hope. The only negative of that is if they release, like, announce Bloodborne. If they announce Bloodborne Remastered and it comes out in like a couple months. That'll be a problem. Because I'll be like, I want to be playing it. It'd be a perfect Halloween announcement, I feel. It looks like a dark and spooky game. It'd be a perfect for a Halloween release, won't it? Big man, I will play Dead Space 3 at some point. Just kind of finding the time for it, I guess. There isn't a huge demand for those sort of stuff at the moment, so it's on my list, and I really want to do it, and I will do it. But Dead Space is a little bit lower on the priority list, but I'll get there. At the moment, I'm playing Mass Effect 3 and Dark Souls 3, and I made the mistake of playing Dark Souls 2 and Dead Space 2 at the same time. So everyone was like, DS2. And it's like, sorry, do you mean Dark Souls or Dead Space? So I accidentally created a bit of chaos on the channel with DS2. Because I'm playing Dino Crisis right now, and then I have to eventually revisit Resident Evil and go back to doing Resident Evil 3 Remake, as well as Resident Evil Revelations. But once I caught up to Village, when Village came out, and I played that as soon as it was out, that was my nice, lovely opportunity to take a break from Resident Evil for a while, because I went through the whole series to catch up to Resident Evil 8. That wasn't even the intention when I started the Resident Evil playthroughs, though, because I started playing before Resident Evil 8 was even announced. But when I saw that its release was coming up soon, I was like, I gotta speed this up. So I definitely ended up speeding it up. They gave Minfilia a winter coat because otherwise her normal outfit is just her in a midriff. That's great. They're like, she gotta dress appropriately for the cold. Hey, Tenno, I'm glad you're enjoying all of the things that I'm playing at the moment. That's really nice. See, it's good when I like it when there are people that are here for like multiple games, which is great. That's kind of what I'm trying to do, because like if I just played one game at a time, then I would just have like a wave of people come in and then they just leave and go, see you later, because you've played this now. And then they just twiddle their thumbs and wait while I play a game that they're not interested in. So it's really nice to hear that there are people that are interested in multiple games that I'm playing, because that's kind of what I'm trying to do, is like just play multiple games. Yeah. and have fun. As much as I get harassed to be a Dark Souls only YouTuber. Like, yes, it's my most popular stuff, but like, I like to play other things. I like to give a variety of content. Yeah, Alpha Noah didn't get the memo that this is a ice themed questline. He really just kept the same outfit. Sir Emmerich. I think ultimately the goal is, you know, I hope that I can cultivate like a good positive enough community about like loving and appreciating video games that like at the end of the day, hopefully it doesn't matter what game I'm playing, we can just be like playing and enjoying video games together. Because I've got a really long backlog. I've got a really long one. Yeah, Silent Hill 2, even just like the Silent Hill playthroughs in general, Lewis, were really special. Silent Hill 1 certainly had its moments of being a pretty cursed playthrough, but Silent Hill 3 was so good as well. So, I really liked Silent Hill 3. Silent Hill 4 was just kind of terrifying. Those goddamn ghost enemies. I'm not sure where to start with Monster Hunter. Because the one that feels like it's the most popular. It's definitely like almost like feels like it's like in the mainstream for like gaming with Monster Hunter was Monster Hunter World. I've never seen a Monster Hunter game in the media or like in mainstream media or even like spoken about as much as Monster Hunter World. I've technically played Monster Hunter in Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker. That's my exposure to Monster Hunter, is they did like some weird sort of collaboration thing in Metal Gear Solid where I faced off against like a couple of monsters. Yeah, I've never touched Monster Hunter before, so I don't know where to start. I don't know if they've got a connected story or whether all of them are different, whatever. Unless there's like a direct sequel. Like I think there's one that came out recently that was like a sequel. Yeah, what a weird collaboration of Metal Gear Solid and Monster Hunter. Oh yeah, I think I heard about the Monster Hunter World crossover with Final Fantasy XIV as well. The Witcher is interesting. That's cool. A fight against a behemoth should be hard. That's the thing. It should be hard. Yeah, cool. Well, I would probably say if I was to start a Monster Hunter game, I would probably get Monster Hunter World. It seems to be the most accessible to me. Okay, we are almost halfway through patch 2.4, so there you go. Almost halfway through. Yeah, Final Fantasy 15 actually had multiple like weird crossover things with so many things. But yeah, they had a Assassin's Creed Origins themed event in the game, and you could get the Assassin's Creed like clothing and stuff. Noctis was in Tekken 7. The Regalia got put into Forza, I think. Like there was a whole bunch of game crossovers with Final Fantasy 15. They were really pushing that marketing. If only they put as much effort into the game. No, it's fine. Final Fantasy 15 was a little bit of a missed opportunity. There was a lot of potential there that did get missed due to its rocky development, but I ultimately enjoyed the game. I don't know how that works. Tenno, I have no idea. I have only played Breath of the Wild, Lewis. I bought a Switch in 2018 and I played Breath of the Wild. That's another game that would have been great if I started doing YouTube stuff in 2018. I would have also played Zelda for the first time. So yeah, I've only played Breath of the Wild because I got that on Switch, and that's one of my favorite games of all time. It's just an incredible game. That game was like the cure for my 2018 depression. It was just so good to play. Like everything about that game made me happy. Like there were so many things where, you know how sometimes you play a video game and you have like that question of, oh, I wonder if I can do this, and then you can't, and you go, well, yeah, I mean, it's a video game, so I guess I can't do that. In Breath of the Wild, when I would go, oh, I wonder if I could do this, and I could actually do it, and the thing actually happened, I was shocked. It's like, what the hell is going on? This is incredible. Like, it was just so good. Like, Breath of the Wild was just so rewarding to play. So nice. And there's still so much of that game that I haven't actually yet explored. I have the expansion pass, but I haven't actually played... I haven't played the DLC. Which is... I've played a bit of it, but that's kind of, like, sad for me. I'm like, oh, I don't have the time right now. I haven't used my Switch much at all. But I really need to actually do that. But then at this point, because it's been so long, I almost like want to just like replay the game from scratch and then do the DLC after. So it's a bit hard to come to that decision. But I'm very excited for the sequel, that's for sure. But I need to get this. I need to do the DLC and get that done. But we're gonna start doing Zelda playthroughs on the channel at some point as well. I think we'll be starting with Link to the Past. So we'll start with some 2D Zelda. And obviously eventually we'll get into like Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask and stuff. So I have like a loose understanding of Zelda. I don't know like story events and stuff like that, but I have like a loose understanding of The Legend of Zelda because I've played Breath of the Wild. But yeah, I also agree. Like potentially, I could do like Breath of the Wild as a replay on the channel. That could be nice actually. It'd be interesting to like rediscover it again because it's been a while. I'm certainly not an expert at it by any means, but you know. I beat the game at least. It's really funny because I ended up doing like one of the trials in Breath of the Wild, and it was just funny because there's one where it teaches you how to like backflip and do stuff like that, and I'm like, sorry, what? You can do that? I've been playing this game for hours and I didn't know you could do that. So some of those trials are like integral, like the tutorial trials that you don't even know. But I loved how good that game feels to like progress through. To progress through like with like puzzles and like solving things, like the game rewards you for that and it makes you feel good. Makes you feel so good. So Lewis, I can't wait for you to play Breath of the Wild because my God, it's an incredible experience. But yeah, I'll be very excited to start Zelda playthroughs. Cause just Nintendo in general is stuff that really like eluded me growing up because I never owned any Nintendo consoles. My first Nintendo thing was a Game Boy Advance SP, and I got a couple of Pokemon games and Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, and that was kind of like my introduction to Nintendo. Like, my experience with Nintendo is like my friends had consoles growing up, and I was on PlayStation. Like, I had a friend who had a Nintendo 64, and I had like neighbors, kids who had a GameCube. I never had any exposure to the Super Nintendo at all because that was like kind of before my time because I was raised on the PlayStation 1, Nintendo 64 era of gaming, you know? So a lot of Nintendo games have eluded me. I've never played any Metroid. Never played any of the Mario games. Like I've played Mario Brothers. Everyone's played Mario Brothers, like the 2D jumping around, doing that kind of stuff, but I haven't played like Super Mario 64, Mario Sunshine, I think it's called, Galaxy, Odyssey, like those Marios. Tenno, you might have missed the previous conversation that we had, but we were doing we had a whole conversation about God of War. I've played the God of War series, and God of War 2018 was like my game of the year for 2018. It's like one of my favorite games I've ever played. So unfortunately, I've already played the God of War series, but it's a very good one. I haven't played the original trilogy in a really long time. Like, I don't remember God of War 3 at all, really. God of War 2 has a special place in my heart. Like, I played that a lot. But I actually recently picked up God of War 3 on PS4 because they did, like, the remaster. And I actually don't even remember the game to the point where I've even questioned whether I've actually played God of War 3. I've played through the series, so I'm very excited for Ragnarok. I haven't played the PSP titles, which I think that's Chains of Olympus and Ghost of Sparta, the PSP games, and I haven't played Ascension, which was the prequel on PS3. So I haven't played those games in the God of War series. But I think I've played like the ones that matter, you know. But I actually wouldn't mind going back through the God of War series one day, because it's been quite some time. Yeah, I've got a couple of people in my Discord that are very Metroid obsessed, so they're very excited that Metroid Dread is coming out. So I'll be keen to play through the Metroid series at some point. I don't think PlayStation Now is available in Australia, though. Hey, Dex, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Cloden. The Void Apple has been completed. It brought it into reality. Yeah, thanks, Tenno. I really appreciate that. And that's why, like, that's why I'll play a game on the channel and like upload it to the channel if even if it's got like a few hundred views. That's still a few hundred people that watch that video. That's still a lot of people, you know. It's why I'm uploading the Final Fantasy 14 VODs to YouTube, because I know that there are people who miss it and people who actually want to watch through it after the stream's finished. And I'm also uploading it for me, because I want to be able to one day look back on my Final Fantasy 14 journey. Like I played Rule of Rose, and like another horror mystery kind of thriller game called Shadow of Memories / Shadow of Destiny, which was a recommendation. And those games didn't get much attention at all. They didn't get much attention at all, but there are a lot of people who really appreciated those, you know. Cloden, thank you so much for returning the favor by gifting 5 gift subs. That's so kind of you. Thank you so much. That is very kind. Thank you. I've missed seeing all of the salute emotes in chat, because it's been, my streaming schedule has been so all over the place with my internet troubles lately. I miss the salutes, man. It's always a fun time. And now that I've had my apple, and I've been a good, healthy boy, I get to reward myself with one of my favorite biscuits of all time. I don't know if this is an Australian thing or whether you guys can get it too in like other places in the world, but there's like Arnott's biscuits, and they're called Monte Carlos, baby. These bad boys go down a treat. These bad boys go down a treat. They're very nice. Evil Muffin Top really enjoying the tier 3 emote opportunity. The superior emote. Big Boss Dog. Big Boss Dog. Cardboard kind of tube thing around them. No. It's like a little, it's just like a plastic little thing. And they look like this. And you can twist them open. And they've got like stuff in the center, and it's nice. I don't know what it is. Could be anything. Tastes nice. Is there I don't know if there's even a description for it. Some sort of, you know, biscuit stuff. Biscuit stuff, you know how it is. But yeah, Arnott's biscuits are great. There's so many of them, but Monte Carlo is definitely a fave. Definitely a favorite. You are correct, Lewis. You are correct. So it takes restraint. Yes, it's like an icing. It's like an icing, that's the word. I love that this is like just the main reason I even have money in this game is just to spend it on teleporting. Like that's the only thing that I buy is I buy teleports. I'm like, let's go. There's a lot of food and also like sweet stuff in America that I would love to try though. Like it looks like there's so many cool things over there. And in Europe. And in Europe. The Lotus Stand. Yes, please. I will go to the Lotus Stand.
Change has come to the Garlean Empire, and we must discuss the implications.
The rumors are true, then? The War of Succession is ended?
It is. A new emperor reigns in Garlemald.
Who?
Who?
The birth and all too rapid expansion of the Garlean Empire is commonly attributed to the strategic brilliance of Solus Zosgalvis, yet he did not rule alone. Several members of the royal household also distinguished themselves during his reign. Nevertheless, it was the eldest son who stood to inherit the throne.
I like
until his
Jaffas
most
as well.
untimely passing.
I thought us fortunate when I learned that the Emperor had died without naming a successor.
Ooh, this bad boy. Spits on the grave. God damn.
The Garlean Empire had died with him.
Hey, I'm glad that you enjoyed Dark Souls 3 episode 14. Enjoying the perks of early access.
'Twas the grandson and his uncle who had the strongest claims, was it not?
I'm glad you're enjoying it though.
Indeed, yet claims count for little without the power to assert them.
I thought that was going to be a helmet, and then it just sat on top of his head, and I'm like, oh, okay.
Not so his uncle.
Like a full face covering helmet, I mean. But no, it's like a little fancy crown.
So young Varus has torn the crown from his uncle's grasp and taken his place at the head of the Empire.
He looks like a villain, doesn't he? Has he got any cool personality, or is he just evil for the sake of being evil? That's the question. He's even got the eye scar and everything. Yeah, it's like AliExpress Sephiroth, exactly. Sephiroth from Wish.
Given the troubled nature of his succession, the new emperor will require time to seal his grip on power. Yet have no doubt but that he shall, for there are none left with strength enough to oppose him.
Since the success of Operation Archon, the remnants of the 14th Legion and the forces occupying Alamigo have done naught but fortify their positions. But you can be sure they'll be ready to march on us again, if their Emperor gives the word.
When, not if. They say this Varus was so set upon Eorzean annexation that he spoke out against the Meteor Project.
Plainly, the new emperor's intentions are of great concern to us all.
On the one hand, go.
I propose that we
On the other
set
hand,
aside the Cardinal dispute
painful,
for the present
agonizing
and discuss
failure.
what measures the Alliance might take to prepare for a resumption of
El
hostilities.
Dorado, one of the
with
greatest movies of all time.
Moreover, I move that we re-examine the question of how our former allies in Ishgard might be persuaded to retake their place at our side. Could Eorzea but stand as one, 'twould deal a grave blow to our enemies' ambitions.
Well, I suppose we should be grateful that they have finally acknowledged the inevitability of Imperial attack. Who knows? They may even do something about it. If only the leaders of Ishgard would follow their example and stop hiding behind their gates, praying for the coming storm to pass them by. But that is a discussion for another time. At present, I am more concerned by the fact that the Alliance's mooted preparations will be made known to the Garleans many moons before their coming. So long as the Ivy eludes our grasp, no secret is safe.
Teleji Ataleji. Oh no, he's back. Teleji Ataleji. What a name. Can't get over that one. Firm Nod Simulator, exactly. Firm Nod Simulator. The nodding's funny. Speak with character. Go back and speak with character once more. Never forget to go back and speak with character. And that is Final Fantasy XIV. We've unmasked Ivy. Wonderful. Lovely. Alright, we're going to move into the next step of the quest, of course. I'm just going to take a quick bathroom break, and then we will, and then we'll be back. So I'll just take a quick one. Tenno, thank you so much for tuning in to the stream. Have a good one. I'm glad you noticed the live notification. I will see you next time, and to the rest of you, I will be right back. Hello. Fabian, I think we can discuss what's happened in the Dark Souls playthrough, as long as it's Vertical Mammal has it correct. As long as you don't spoil stuff, that's perfectly fine. No spoilers, but we can certainly discuss episodes that have been episodes that have been publicly released. Is open for discussion. If it's obviously stuff that I've found and experienced and stuff. Like, yes, when I was at Yorm's Throne and said, why am I getting souls? Because that's happened so much in games before, like Dark Souls before, when I've like gotten up to points I've just been running through an area and I'll just randomly get souls because an enemy outside or like something like that like ended up getting killed or falling off somewhere, and you just randomly get their souls. It's like, oh, why did I get souls? No. Turns around only to see like Sigurd's floating orb waiting for me. We cracking open a cold one on the stream. No void drink. Right now I've willed a can into existence. Sad times. I don't think I've watched cold ones, but I've watched hot ones. I had like a small obsession with watching hot ones, like for ages. I like binged watched so many episodes, and that even got me into like buying hot sauces and like just having it with food. I was like, I had like this tiny obsession with hot ones, so I was like, hell yeah. And then all of a sudden I just stopped watching it, didn't care about it anymore, and like it was just so funny. I was like, okay, I don't know. It's like, this is my obsession now. I love this thing, and I'm going to now engage with this thing. And then as soon as I just hit a random point where I was like, I don't care about this thing anymore, and I just completely stopped. Even if I've seen future episodes that have popped up with people that I'd love to listen to on that show, I just haven't watched it. I haven't done the Wings of Death myself, no, but I bought one that was on that show because in my hometown they have an actual they have a shop that's dedicated to hot sauces, and one of those was in there, and I bought it. But I need to. I think I still have it actually, but I need to actually use it. Need to actually use the damn thing. This is to carry me through the rest of the stream, Mobius. So it is, yeah, it's after 10, it's fine. This carries me through to the rest of the stream, and then to the episodes that I need to record after, and then I'll probably crash, right? And then I'll probably crash. That's probably how this works. Yeah, looks like we'll definitely be doing just patch 2.4 on this stream, and then we'll see how we go with patch 2.5 next time. But we'll get to the end. We'll get to the end of why does the game do this to me? Speak with Ilberd. Cool. And then he walks away and he goes, speak with Ilberd again. And he just walks down here. Why? God damn it. Now he's here. Getting close to the rough matchmaking period? Great. That sounds fun. Especially as a DPS. Excuse me, how do you sit at the chair? Do I just say sit and I'll sit automatically? Oh, I did it in all caps. Hold on. It automatically sits you at the table. Sorry, am I interrupting something? Are you guys on a date? You guys busy? I see we've got a couple of bottles of wine on the table. I mean, heck, I don't think I was able to read the room here. I just like saw an open seat and I took it. If you guys want me to leave, just let me know. I love that my guy just automatically went into this pose, like when he just sat down. He's like, love it. She's Harry Potter cosplaying. She's got an owl with the goddamn hat on. She's Harry Potter cosplaying. You found a good one, Mobius. You found a good one. I wish you all well. And now I'm going to go to the airship landing. Oof, that's pretty early, Senatori. I actually woke up earlier than I was meant to as well. I went to bed pretty late, but then I ended up just like waking up around like 5:30, and I was like, I guess I'm just gonna lay in bed and like slowly wake up, and then I'll start the stream. And that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened. I actually gotta say, Mobius, your character looks amazing, by the way. That's the Dark Knight, right? Is it Dark Knight that your class is? Looks awesome. I'm really keen to get to turn into a gunbreaker. I want a gunblade so bad. Yeah, Dark Knight looks cool. Yeah, I want to be a gunbreaker. Hey, the lemon heads. Thank you so much. Dark Souls has been an absolute pleasure, and I'm very, very happy I get to share it with you guys. And I'm very excited for Bloodborne and Sekiro and Demon Souls and Elden Ring. We've got a lot of good stuff to come, as well as doing Dark Souls streams, replaying Dark Souls 2, but playing the original Dark Souls 2, you know. Dark Souls Remastered randomizers, the Dark Souls 3 mods, doing PvP in Dark Souls 3 and not fearing getting hacked, because I'll probably replay Dark Souls 3 on Xbox, so I don't have to get hacked. But we've got some great Dark Souls / FromSoft stuff to look forward to. I'll even probably be checking out like stuff like King's Field? Is it called King's Field? And Armored Core and stuff. We'll check out some other FromSoft games, even though it's not like the Soulsborne type of stuff. But I'm keen. I'm keen. Elden Ring is gonna be so exciting because I'm gonna be playing it day one with everybody else, and I'll probably still have backseaters in some way, shape, or form. But it'll be nice because I'll be playing a brand new Souls game for the first time as soon as it comes out, and I'm so excited for that. Mobius, what's the abbreviation for a gunbreaker? I'm gonna assume GNB. Would like GNB be like the abbreviation for a gunbreaker? I'm assuming it would start with a G. I should probably start looking out for items that actually have that. I'm assuming samurai. What would samurai be? I don't even know. Because I'm trying to be like, maybe I should pick up some of these for when my when I change classes. GNB, nice. I predicted it. Samurai is just Sam. That makes sense. Yeah, so I've unlocked Samurai, so I can actually switch to Samurai at any time now. I've got the Soul of the Samurai, so I can play it. But we're sticking with Dragoon because obviously we want to complete the Dragoon questline. So I will be staying with that. But there you go. I can get the Gloom belt for Samurai. But we'll get the Astrum belt because that's for our current class. You start with a 60 set. Cool. Love that. Yeah, I'd like to finish the. I want to finish the Dragoon questline for sure. We just have to keep speaking with Ilbert at a bunch of different locations. No. There we go. What's up, boy? If I could ask for one thing from Final Fantasy XIV, like doing this stuff, it's like when you need to speak to the same character and they move to another location, I would just love a pop-up that just says, do you want to follow this person to this place? And just say yes, and it just takes us there. Like, I understand why it probably doesn't give us that option, but if we're following Ilbert around everywhere, I would just love it to be like, hey, do you want to come with me? Like, as an option. Or, do you want to stay here? It's like, do you want to travel? Yes, I will. Flying behemoth. Swim through the air, my son. Also, on the topic of behemoth, when we're talking about apparently how there's a behemoth in Monster Hunter with the Final Fantasy crossover, is I just love that they've never had to really change the look of the behemoth at all. It's just an iconic design. That speaks like volumes for like Final Fantasy's creature design from like day one. Is all those early Final Fantasy monsters have retained their designs through so many iterations, and it's one of my favorite things about Final Fantasy in general is how, you know, all the games are set in different worlds, different stories, different characters, but they have like these things that identify as Final Fantasy, you know. They have these things that identify as Final Fantasy. I love how, like, Malboros and Behemoths and, like, Sahagins, like, some enemies do have changes and variations, but, and that obviously all falls into the different art styles of the game, but I just think it's so perfect. Like, I love it so much. Because you see a Behemoth and you know where that's from. You know where that's from. And the Behemoth in Final Fantasy 15 and stuff like that is so fun to take out. I disagree, Fabian. I really kind of think that Final Fantasy has achieved the success it has. It is so well renowned as a franchise because it isn't a continuous story. Being able to have so many different stories with so many different characters with different gameplay systems, like you can jump into any Final Fantasy. You don't have to start all the way at the beginning. Like, I can see like how you could probably like that as a thing, 100%. But I think Final Fantasy wouldn't have been able to succeed they can do like self-contained stories in one thing that they can leave themselves open. They can leave themselves open to sequels. Like Final Fantasy X has a sequel, whether that's kind of forced or not. Final Fantasy 13 has sequels. Final Fantasy VII has a sequel movie and a sequel spin-off game. There are games that could have sequels if they want to, but I love that they are very self-contained. If Final Fantasy was one continuous story, there would be a lot of people that I don't think it would have survived. I don't think we would have seen multiple games. It certainly wouldn't be what we know it today. It would have probably died early on. Because a lot of people would be like, oh, to get into this game, I have to play Final Fantasy 1 that was released on this system this long ago. Especially because there was the whole situation where so many Final Fantasy games did not even come to English for ages, like, and that's why people in the US are like, yeah, Final Fantasy 3, when they actually mean Final Fantasy 6, and Final Fantasy 2, which is Final Fantasy 4, you know, like the weird sort of like translations and like localizations of particular games. Like a lot of people, they're like, yeah, my first Final Fantasy was Final Fantasy 3, which was actually the 6th one. Like it's a bit all over the place. So like my first Final Fantasy was Final Fantasy 7. And if that was the 7th game in a continuous story, I'd be like, what the hell's going on? What's going on? And that's also very limiting, because that means that they would be constrained to that very same world all the time from Final Fantasy 1, like like high fantasy, and they're stuck there. Like we would never have gotten like that retro steampunk aesthetic of Final Fantasy 7, or like the weird sci-fi fantastical elements of Final Fantasy 8 and Final Fantasy X's like beautiful spiritual art style. Final Fantasy like 13 and 15, whatever feelings you may have on like those games as a whole, they have some gorgeous worlds, like gorgeous worlds. Like Final Fantasy 13 is beautiful. That game came out on PS3 and 360, I believe, like 2009, 2010. That game looks so good, it's insane. And like Final Fantasy's always been able to do that. Like how Final Fantasy 12 was released on the PS2, and it looks like an early PS3 game. It looks like a good PS3 game, you know? Well, I mean, it's not that everything resets and it was all for nothing. Like, you just need to treat every Final Fantasy game as one single like game, like one experience. It wasn't all for nothing. It's just like you get to experience like this whole complete story in one game, and then they're like, and now let's tell you a brand new story in the world of Final Fantasy, like with those same sort of elements and themes and monsters and stuff that really have that identity of Final Fantasy. But like, I think if it was one continuous story, it definitely would have died ages ago. And something that would be really cool and interesting that they could do, which I feel like they actually are doing, in a subtle way, is they can revisit those previous Final Fantasy worlds that they've done and breathe new life into them. Like they're doing Final Fantasy Origin at the moment, which is a very interesting like gameplay choice. Actually, fun gameplay. All of the chaos memes are funny. Because it is kind of cringy, but they're able to revisit that world of like Final Fantasy 1 again and retell that story in a different way with like chaos and all of that kind of stuff. And I played that demo. I played that trial version. The gameplay is actually very, very fun. Very fun. I was pleasantly surprised with that, because the whole trailer and the chaos memes and stuff, it's very easy to get turned off by that and just be like, oh, this is cringe. But there's a solid game there, so I'm glad that they released a trial version. so early, and that was one of the first times I've actually filled out a comprehensive survey for that game as well, with things that they could improve on, and like answered the post trial survey as you would, because I was like, I can see that being a very, very good game. But there's a lot of Final Fantasy games that I still need to play myself, and a lot of spin-off games that I need to play in Final Fantasy. Oh, Mobius. A prequel to Final Fantasy X with Braska, Jet, and Auron. Like, they've got a game there. They have a game there. And instead, they made Final Fantasy X-2. Girls go on a sphere hunting adventure. I still need to play X-2, but I just find it such a funny like direction to take the 10 universe to go into. But I would love a prequel to Final Fantasy X with Braska's pilgrimage. Oh my god, it would be so good, because you get little flashes of it, but they could make a really good game there. I think like that's an unexplored territory for Final Fantasy in general. Is like, there are like, when you start Final Fantasy, you get placed right in the middle of like an already lived in, fleshed out world with a whole bunch of scenarios and events that have taken place with a lot of history, and you can just create new characters in that world and be like, this was set like much further before that, like, you know, with a whole other story that goes on. Which is great. Like, they could make a Final Fantasy VII prequel. They kind of did with Before Crisis, and it's just obviously a game with lower stakes than the main game. Because obviously the main game of Final Fantasy VII is pretty much about the end of the world, but you could make a more self-contained prequel about characters like Crisis Core and Before Crisis and stuff. Speak with Minfilia, no! Still need to figure out how I want to play through the classic Final Fantasy games, like 1 to 6. Whether I want to do them as YouTube Let's Plays or maybe like stream them or whatever. Like, I haven't come to that decision yet. I think I'm gonna trial it and see how Chrono Trigger goes, because I'm gonna do a Let's Play on YouTube for Chrono Trigger. See how that goes. That's one that I'm very much set on doing a Let's Play for. I think at this current point in time, in terms of versions for Final Fantasy, I'll probably be playing... I might even just play the new releases that they've done, like the Pixel remasters on Steam. That might be the way to do it, but there are so many different versions like of those classic games. Like, you can get them on PSP, you can get them on PS1, you can get them on Game Boy, on DS, on Steam, on mobile, like all that kind of stuff. The easiest way and most convenient, if I'm doing a record playthroughs, is probably getting the Steam versions, because it's right here and it's easy. But I hear that there are different versions that are better than others. Some games have like actual exclusive or additional content. It's all over the place. Like, there unfortunately isn't a definitive version of those games, because there are positives and negatives to all of the versions that's been released. It's ridiculous. Like, I have the PlayStation 1 versions of those classic Final Fantasy games for collector's purposes, because it's so nice to have them in a PS1 case, but it is so not recommended to play those early Final Fantasy games on PS1, because apparently the loading times are ridiculous, which is, I find hilarious, that like the loading times for these classic Final Fantasy games are bad, you know. But yeah, Final Fantasy IV and also Final Fantasy III have a 2D version, and then like 2D remasters and stuff like that, and then they also have a 3D remake. So Final Fantasy 3 and 4 got 3D remakes, So there are 2 versions of Final Fantasy 3 and 4 to play that are completely different. Because I'm pretty sure Final Fantasy 4 has voice acting, I think, as well as it being a 3D remake. So I think I'll be going for the original experiences when I play them. So I'm going to be playing probably the pixel remasters of the classic 6 to get those original 2D experiences, and then I would love to replay 3 and 4 in the 3D versions. But yeah, I'll do some research and I'll figure out which versions will be the best anyway, because I want the smoothest experience. Which I think is fair enough. The ones that I'm most excited to get to, though, is Final Fantasy IV and Final Fantasy VI, because I only hear good things about Final Fantasy VI. Final Fantasy VI fans are very passionate. Final Fantasy VI fans are very passionate. And they hate Final Fantasy VII fans for stealing their thunder. And then Final Fantasy IV seems to get a lot of love as well. And it's one of my friends' favorite Final Fantasies too. So I'm pretty sure, because based on, again, I've packed my games away, so I can't even look at it anymore. But I'm pretty sure on the cover, or like the artwork, the logo for the Final Fantasy IV cover art is a dragoon, so that's pretty exciting. I'd be keen to get into that, to see the roots of Final Fantasy. And that just goes to show, like, this can be my favorite game series of all time, and yet, you know, half of the main series I haven't even played. Not to even mention all of the spin-offs. Because there's just so much variety in Final Fantasy. Like, you like high fantasy? Cool. You can play the original games, Final Fantasy 9, Final Fantasy 11, 12, 14. You know, you like a bit more like sci-fi, steampunk, cyberpunk aesthetic. Final Fantasy 7 and 8 have you covered. You like something incredibly unique and strange? Final Fantasy 10. You want a fantasy based on reality? Final Fantasy 15. So much variety. It's actually quite incredible how Final Fantasy has been able to keep reinventing itself. And then Final Fantasy 16 going back to high fantasy with the director of Final Fantasy 14 at the helm. This game makes me super excited to see a single player, like, action RPG looking Final Fantasy with the director of Final Fantasy 14. That just seems like amazing to me. Oh yeah, Final Fantasy 16 on PS5. My god. Something that still bugs me, I'm confused about it because there hasn't been any communication, is Final Fantasy 7 Remake had 1 year of exclusivity with PlayStation, and that 1 year passed, and then they announced the Final Fantasy 7 Intergrade for PS5, and that released.
Cecilia, am I right?
And no word about an Xbox or PC version.
I bid you welcome to Revenant's Toll, and to thank you for traveling so far on such short notice.
I think Sony must have done something shady under the table to continue that exclusivity, probably with that remastered version for PS5.
Moonbreeder is an accomplished Charlian scholar and an authority on aetherite technologies.
I want Final Fantasy VII Remake on PC because of the mods that they can put in there. They're gonna totally mod a fucking Final Fantasy Advent Children cloud outfit in there. I want it. I want Final Fantasy VII Remake on PC. That'd be great. The mods. The mods. It'd be so good. The only good game on PS5 is Bug Snacks. I mean, doubt, but sure. And that's the thing, is like I'm really excited, and like I love mods, but it took me forever to get a PC. Like I'm so behind. Like I remember watching like videos of like Skyrim mods and like Left 4 Dead mods, and like people just having all this fun and stuff and being like, man, I want a PC so bad because this looks great. And I have a PC now and I can take advantage of that. It's great. But like I feel like I'm so behind. Like I want to play modded versions of these games and have fun. I did that with a Halloween special video last year where I was playing a bunch of like games, like VR horror games and like stuff like that. And I played Left 4 Dead 2 with a Resident Evil 2 mod, and it's like the full campaign of Resident Evil 2 but in Left 4 Dead. And I just think that's so cool. But I played it with like modded characters like Master Chief and Joel and Siri and Woody. It was just so funny. Like it was great to finally be able to do that and get a PC. Hey Bitmap, thank you so much for the kind words. The dancer was incredible. It felt so funny putting that in, like putting dancer in the title, because I was like, I have to put dancer in the title so people know that I fought her in this episode. And then they get to the last 5 minutes, they're like, oh, okay. Mobius, you are unfortunately correct. I think the first thing that they're going to do is they're going to put Tifa and Aerith in lingerie. I'm not necessarily complaining about that. But where's my sailor outfit for Barrett? That's the real mod that I'm waiting for. Put Barrett in the sailor outfit and you've got yourself a deal. You've got yourself a deal.
Moon! Gods, it's been ages!
Gods, it's been ages!
Oh, longer, sister.
A joyous reunion indeed. Well, of course it is. Moon and I are like twin sisters.
Save in appearance and aptitude.
Save in appearance and aptitude. Moan, yeah. Moan!
If I could have your attention.
It's Moan. Yeah, Ishtola's
Esteemed guest who has come from Sharlayan to assist us.
Ishtola's a bit cute, hey.
I bid Moonbreeder join us here that she might share with us her extensive knowledge of Aetherites.
Her name's Moan Breeder.
So,
who chose that? That's terrible.
She has been overseeing our research into white auricite. A sample
That's
of
really
which is
unfortunate.
good enough to bring with her.
She's a Moan Breeder. Why would they do that? Come on, guys.
Well, I had to come, didn't I? You'd have to be bloody daft to turn your nose up at a chance like this. Where better to conduct my final tests than a land so steeped in ether you can taste it?
'Tis plain the passage of the years hath
My
done
character's
little
not tiny. This character's just really tall. My character is like 170
and nothing at all
something centimeters.
useful manner.
Like, you know, it's like 5'10", 5'11". It's not too bad. Everyone else is just tall.
Oriange, where in the hells have you been hiding?
Unhand me.
Unhand me! Unhand me!
I come all this way, and that's what you have to say to me. I much preferred when you were pleading with me to drop everything and hurry to your side. What was it you said? None save thee can satisfy this need.
Go on. Thine artless attempts to misrepresent mine all too innocent motives do thee little credit.
Oh, dude, Oriange doing his goddamn...
Well thou knowest, was but to impress upon thee the gravity of the circumstance.
Whenever he talks.
Lest thou doubt, a deiform entity shall shortly be summoned, save if thou and no other grantest my compeers thine aid.
Honestly, he probably hates reading this script. And I do not blame him.
Missing Aetherite.
I do not blame him. Like, I love Gideon Emery, and he does a fantastic job as Balthea in Final Fantasy XII. Like, it's so good. He is the leading man. But when he speaks in Final Fantasy XIV, thine unhand me, for copious moons have bedazzled me to say to you that I do not like thine wishes for you to proclaim to me that I am a man who wishes to not engage with you. Unhand me.
Shiva.
Like, come on, man. Just stop.
I'm sorry, but
stop.
If the Aetherite's been destroyed, then that's that. Although, you're absolutely sure she used the first Aetherite, are you? She didn't just use teleportation.
Like, I don't mind it if they toned it down a bit, but like he just hams it up more than anyone else.
Absolute certainty
More than
that
anyone
Ice Heart
else.
used the Aetherite.
Like, he just needs to tone it down a bit.
In that case, there might be a way, so long as the ethereal current is still flowing.
Truly? How?
We use the current to recreate the beacon. As you know, Aetherites are a bit like lighthouses. We use them to reconstitute our physical forms when crossing the ethereal sea. Without them, we'd lose all sense of direction and our essence would dissipate. However, we don't rely solely on these beacons. There are currents of ether which flow between them, currents which help guide us to our destination. Now, these currents will gradually dwindle away to nothing if an Aetherite is destroyed. But if even a sluggish flow remains, we could theoretically use it to direct a surge of concentrated ether towards the void left by the beacon, and thereby fill it up again.
Like opening the floodgates to fill a dry riverbed. Though, correct me if I'm wrong, but would we not need a veritable reservoir of ether?
In concert, we might manage to channel a sufficient volume, yet that is not my chief concern. To direct the flow of so great a volume of ether with the requisite precision would be a nigh impossible task in itself.
I barely succeeded in facilitating travel to an unattuned beacon. That which you describe sounds considerably more difficult.
And dangerous. Every person who has attempted to teleport in this fashion has died in the process.
Oh, nice.
They, however, did not have white aura sight at their disposal. I can use it to channel all the ether you can give me into the Aetherite. However, white aura sight cannot retain ether for an extended period of time, so we would need to infuse it immediately beforehand. Just so you know, I'd confidently give this plan better than even odds of success. And if the worst comes to worst, your people won't suffer.
Though it risk the lives of our best and brightest, we have not the time to seek other options. If the ethereal current still flows, we
Magic
shall carry
rocks.
out Moonbreeder's plan.
Moonbride does make sense,
That's
though.
the spirit. Let's roll the dice.
Yeah, I guess I'll just take the pieces. Minfilia. let's go back to Snowcloak. Look at that mount. Some mounts in this game are so goddamn pretty. Look at me with my free polar bear. I'm loving it. I have a flying polar bear. You can't beat it. Except maybe when you have a goddamn rocket ship. There you go. Speak with the stalwart temple knight. Nice. Okay, the instruments of our deliverance. Where are we up to? Cool. So we've got another. Okay, I can see what we've got. So we've got another trial, baby. Let's go. Okay, so the Akafar Amphitheater going up against Shiva, baby. Our next primal Shiva. For as long as their nation is warned with Dravania, there have been Ishgardians who instead chose to ally themselves with the dragons. Shiva is said to have been among the first, hence why the heretics revere her as a saint. That Iceheart and her followers intend to summon Shiva with the crystals they have stolen his plane. But is this unprecedented act even possible? If so, then Ishgard, if not the entire realm, is in grave danger. Love that. Love that. Alright. Before I queue up for this trial, give me a brief moment. I'm just going to take a quick break, and then I will be right back to get into this trial. Alright, let's queue up. Let's queue up. Already ready to go. There you go. Keen. Let's do it. Now, 2 healers are slacking. Now, just 1 healer is slacking. Ready to go. I'm ready to go. There we go. Let's go. Shiva time, baby.
You should never have come here, warrior of light. I labor only to forge a lasting peace.
Never should have come here.
A peace you would deny us out of ignorance and blind faith.
Stop!
No matter.
In the name of the law.
Our fate to be at odds.
Your stolen goods are now forfeit. Pay the quarter fine or serve your sentence.
We whom gods and men have forsaken shall be the instruments of our own deliverance. Partake of my flesh. Fill this vessel with your light. Walk amongst your brothers and sisters once more.
Sounds pretty rough.
Shiva, still the hatred within our hearts and bless us with eternal grace.
Wow, look at that. I love the ice hair. That's sick. Look at like that crown of ice on her hair. That's great. I love the design of Shiva. She looks really good in Final Fantasy VIII. She looks really good in Final Fantasy VIII. Let's fucking go. Do we know what we're doing? No. Are we gonna have fun? Hell yeah. Let's go. Shiva! Let's fucking go. I think I'm frozen. Hold on. I think I'm frozen. Rise to join the chorus, my brothers. Alright, she's summoning. Oh, she's summoning ice soldiers. Okay. She's summoning ice soldiers. Let's go. Why are you running? Why are you running? Oh, I just got wiped out of existence. Jesus. I don't even know what the hell... I didn't even see what the hell happened there. I was in the middle of a crowd and I died. Shiva, stop that. What is she? That was so sick! The diamond dust move! That was so sick! How cool is that? Oh my god, the music in the trials is so good. That's so good. Nice. Someone else finished him off with the limit break. So cool. I feel bad for that one person at the bottom of the party that like died at one point and they just weren't getting rezzed. So I'm glad that I got rezzed at least. There you go. Give the one person that's left a commendation, because I couldn't commendate anyone else. That was the coolest transition to a second phase. Leviathan was awesome for their transition to a second phase, but that was sick. Like her doing Diamond Dust and freezing everybody was so cool. Gonna cry? Gonna cry?
Fool. Blind, bloody fool. You, of all people, should understand the suffering war begets. That no sacrifice is too great.
Emote before the freeze. Oh, that's great.
Mine is the righteous cause. You fight in a war you do not understand. A pawn of liars and schemers. And they are no less ignorant than you, following the creed of their fathers without question, never thinking to ask why. Trapped in a delusion of their own creation, and blind to the truth.
I think with the, we haven't had much of a problem at all doing stuff because there's so many new people playing the game, and people do the duty finder and stuff like that, so they're queuing up to help people out. So there are a lot of people still doing those trials though. But I definitely know what you mean. The worst part is when I'm doing when I was doing it for the first time. I was doing stuff for the first time, and people were obviously doing it in the duty finder and just sprinting and rushing through it, and I'm just trying to take it all in. They just left me in the dust. Ooh, she did the hear, feel, think thing like Heidelin, like the big crystal. That's interesting. That is interesting. Excuse me. That's important, I guess. Yep, and here's our Ascian.
And so the vessel withdraws. A predictable outcome.
Ooh, that is a bad voice.
Nevertheless, La Habrea will be pleased.
La Habrea will be pleased.
Unfortunate.
How unfortunate. I'm a villain. Okay, bro. Regardless, hell yes, we beat Shiva. By the 12, you're alive! Of course I'm alive. Moan Breeder remains unconvinced that you haven't sustained a head injury. Oh, okay. I mean, sure. I'll take it. I actually think the trials are great though, because the trials don't take too long at all. Like they're not lengthy. It's just like a really fun boss fight. Like you don't have to go through a whole dungeon to get to it. And they totally could have done that. So I actually just really like that, you know, the trial is just like, here's this fun boss fight. So that's why I'm excited to do like the harder difficulties. See how that goes. Hang on, wrong room. Sorry, wrong room. I'll be leaving out the doorway. I need to go in here. How could this behemoth fit through doors, you ask? I don't know. Don't question it. We do not question it. I wish there's like, they had destructible environments. Behemoth tries to go through a door and it's just like the whole doorway just... Great. I think I'm playing Final Fantasy XIV at a good time because there's so many people that are getting into the game, which is awesome. But yeah, my final story moments, those final story missions of 14 got like a little bit soured for me, but not enough to like ruin it. But like there was definitely people just like rushing ahead and I'm like, where the fuck am I going? It's like, it's not very user friendly, unfortunately, especially when it's just like people in the duty finder that are just like grinding for the XP. It's like, oh, okay. Thanks. Beep. What were you thinking, Omega? Guys, haven't you learned by now? I've literally taken out, like, what, 5 primals at this point? You guys need to chill out. Shiva's nothing. Did we do it? We did Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, Leviathan, Ramu. Shiva's just the 6th. Come on, like, chill out. I took out Ultima Weapon, for God's sake. You guys need to relax. I'm the main character. I'm not main character yet. Okay, the road less traveled. Oh, hang on. Right here. Hello? Proceed to the Intesseracy. Yes.
On behalf of the Holy See of Ishgard, allow me to express my deepest thanks. Never before have we been required to contend with a primal. Indeed, there were fears in some quarters that our knights might not be equal to the task. From what we have now learned of these beings, I can say with certainty that we would have lost a great many men had the Scions not intervened.
Then the argument for preemptive action should be self-evident. Perchance now you will reconsider my proposal that Ishgard move against Natalan.
Ere we first met, a similar proposal was tabled, but the Holy See decreed that we were to observe, and that military action should be taken only in self-defense. All things considered, it was not an unreasonable decision. Since the calamity, 2 vigils have fallen to the Horde, while Garuda has never shown any inclination to storm the gates of judgment. Which is why this unprecedented crisis and its resolution may prompt a change in policy. You who have faced these primals know well the threat they pose. Ishgard did not. Not until now. And there is naught like a brush with death to change a man's outlook.
At the very least, this should silence any lingering objections to our arrangement with Revenant's Toll. The Holy See may even feel moved to grant us its formal endorsement.
So far as it is possible, the Scions shall be compensated for their service.
We should be grateful for any aid you can provide.
As a gesture of good faith, I shall withdraw my previous request. Your people are doubtless needed elsewhere.
That will not be necessary. We, too, have a vested interest in watching Dravania's movements.
I see. Once more, I must thank you.
Sir Emmerich, if I may, do you truly believe that Midgardsormr could return?
The heavens are a window unto truth, but those who interpret their movements are not infallible. I requested your involvement as a precautionary measure.
But of course, you sought an excuse to compensate us from the first, mindful of what would happen if Revenant's Toll were taken by your enemies. Ishgard is not wont to aid its neighbors, but that does not preclude it from manipulating them to serve its own interests.
Choose your next words carefully.
Do you know what sort of man becomes Lord Commander of the Temple Knights? One who comes from good stock. I did not. Yet here I am now. Why do you suppose that is? Because I swiftly learned to tell the difference between words, deeds, and beliefs. You are correct, Master Leveilleur. Ishgard desires to see Revenant's Toll flourish, as it would present a troublesome obstacle to our enemies from the south.
We are so glad to be of use to you.
As we
The
are
sass.
to you. Ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement, lest we forget, one born of necessity. The dragons grow more restless by the day, and the heretics harry us nigh without cease. We have contended with such troubles for centuries, but there are limits to even our endurance. Yet as a pauper is loath to part with his meager possessions, the leaders of Ishgard are not wont to render up their trust to outsiders. But with perseverance on our part, they may yet be made to see the light. Nevertheless, one must take care when walking the road less traveled.
Wise words, Sir Emmerich. I shall make a point to remember them. I must apologize for my earlier outburst. I hope it will not sour our good relations.
Not at all. You but spoke from the heart. I trust you understand that at times my duties may prevent me from meeting with you. On such occasions, my second-in-command will speak for me.
Lucia, at your service. Pray excuse our reticence. We are but wary of speaking too freely, lest our sentiments be made known to our enemies. Know that the Lord Commander and I are of one mind. For the sake of Ishgard, and of Eorzea at large, I pray our peoples can put aside their differences. Those who dwell in the past risk losing sight of their future.
Should aught befall one of our shipments, pray inform Lucia immediately. You may also relay to her any words you might have for me alone. Not being of Ishgardian birth, she owes no allegiance to any noble house, making her as near to incorruptible as one can find in my homeland. Suffice it to say, I trust her completely, and so may you. Which reminds me, Lord Orshafal, if you would be so kind.
Certainly.
In times such as these, trust is ever in short supply. Mayhap this will go some way to rectify the problem. The results of our investigation into the heretics' recent attacks, as well as our interrogation of the merchant you detained.
Sir Emmerich, I cannot thank you enough.
Think nothing of it. Ishgard may be many things, but it is no friend to Garlemald.
Did I not tell you to have faith, my friend?
Have faith. Have faith, guys. Have faith. Okay, we've got a few more quests to go. And then that wraps up 2.4. I must speak to Minfilia once again. I like that moving to Revenant's Toll though, like moving the Scion's entrance here is good because we have a little crystal to teleport like right out the front of, which is nice in comparison to the old place where you had to use like a ticket to teleport closer. So that's at least nice. They made it a little less taxing.
Words cannot well express how glad I am to see you return to us hale and whole. Needless to say, I am most eager to hear your account of that which occurred in Kurthis, assuming you're ready to speak of it. Excellent. I shall summon the others at once. Iceheart used her own body as a vessel for a primal soul?
Master Louisoir's writings make no mention of such a possibility. Can we be certain this entity was a primal?
Yeah, I do. Do you need some?
The 12th was a primal, I should think. Both were ostensibly summoned.
Do you need some? I've got a few.
Of more concern is the implication that Iceheart retained her will, even after she was possessed.
Because I kept forgetting to use them.
Wielding the power of a primal.
It can't possibly be that easy, can it? There must be some sort of sacrifice required. Or maybe she's just special?
It's because she has a heart of ice.
What qualities this woman possesseth?
Oh, need some?
Not.
Okay, I've got some.
Full sure am I that she was groomed for this role. Few are privy to the secrets of summoning, and but a single party standeth to profit from their dissemination.
Standeth to profit.
Well, I wouldn't presume to comment on how the lass came to know about summoning, but I will say that what she summoned was a primal. The readings were the same, or near as damn it.
Or near as damn it.
Sounds. It's really no different from what you faced before.
Then mayhap it is time that we re-examined our previous encounters.
Oh, pack your things, Ida. We're going back to Gridania.
What does that mean?
Yes, sir.
About Iceheart's final words to you. Hear, feel, think.
Yeah, that's what Heidelin would say to us.
Heidelin speaks to her as well. If Iceheart is blessed with the power of the Echo, she will doubtless have used it to further her goals.
Yo.
Or could it be that it was a revelation granted her by the echo which first set her on this path? She did say that the Ishgardians were blind to the truth. Do you think she has knowledge of the origins of the Ishgardian-Dravanian War? It would do much to explain her unwavering conviction.
Did not the Lady Iceheart implore thee to seek the Keeper of the Lake? And did she not imply that in so doing thou wouldst come to see with eyes unclouded?
Midgard was a king amongst kings who reigned for centuries on end. But he is dead and his wisdom
Luffy just posted a meme in the Discord that I'm going to read out to you after this cutscene.
Yet another reason to stand watch over the Keeper of the Lake.
That's in relation to Urianger.
To do so. Iceheart, Shiva, Ascians, and Midgard-Zoma. I shudder to think how they're all connected.
I shudder to think how they're all connected. So there's this meme that Luffy posted, which is normal kids. Mom, I'm hungry. Urianger. Doth mother knoweth how deep mine ravenous hunger steeps? Whilst thou spendeth time gracing thy peer in this carriage lot with thy recent exploits, thine spawnling wastes away beneath thy shadow, as my knees and ankles buckleth in this wretched heat, and mine under feet burns upon the land like the blackened surface of a star. That is Urianger saying that he is hungry. Oh man, that is that's too good. Oh man, it's too good. Eyes unclouded, complete. It's what English was intended to be. English is intended to be that. English is never supposed to be simple. How dare you just say that you're hungry? You must say you're hungry in a novel format, please. Oh man. Alright, we're almost through. I think what we'll do after this as well, because we'll finish patch 2.4, is we will do the hard mode for Ifrit as well, considering I unlocked it. And maybe we'll do the Mog King Mog as well, because I unlocked that one as well. So we'll do a couple of trials. We'll do a couple of trials as well. Because why not? Because why not? And then it's like kind of my lunchtime, so after that I'll probably wrap up the stream and I'll take a break and then I'll start recording my episodes for next week. I gotta play some Dino Crisis and some Dark Souls, you know? Not Mog King on hard. Mog King was funny on just normal difficulties. Goddamn killing us. It's killing us. I love that song though. Gilbert, please. Let's chat. Bad for morale. Oh, we're doing the thing again where Ilbert just runs to different locations and we just teleport after him to talk to him again. You just run after him. It's like, okay, Ilbert, you're in another spot now. Let's keep running. me, my chocobo. Duty calls. Commence battle for the reason Royale. Level sync is in effect. Yes. Can I do it with you? Nope. I knew that I needed to be alone. Alright. Gotta kick you out of the party. Gonna leave the party for now. Do this in single player. Proceed. No more jolly cooperation for now. Solo sneaking mission. Very interesting music choice. What the fuck is that thing? Cohort Deathclaw. Jesus. Just focusing on Align the Razor at the moment because we're almost done with her. Gotcha. She wouldn't go down. Hold on. Yeah, she won't. She won't. Okay, I gotta kill everyone else first. Oh Jesus, Cohort Colossus. Okay. What the fuck? I'm gonna lose. I'm gonna lose. Hold on a minute. We're gonna lose Ilberd. He's gonna die. For fuck's sake. Okay. Well, I fucked this up, I guess. Yeah, no worries, Cloden. Thank you so much for tuning into the. Thank you so much for tuning into the stream. Enjoy the latest DS3 episode. I got Ilberd now. We got this. We can still do this, I guess. It's a close one. You. God, stop healing yourself. Out of my life, thank you. We're in trouble. Ilberd's gonna die, for sure. I can't even take his attention. I can't even take the Colossus's attention away. Fuck. Alright, I got his attention. It's too late though. So, yeah, it's too late. So, I guess Align the Razor just has to be the last one to take out. Because I got her down to like no health and then she just wouldn't go down. Alright, take out everybody else except for her. Ilbird's just a punk who doesn't know how to get out of the way of people's attacks. You fucked it up, man. All the other people just died. All the other people just died. Weaklings. Okay, where's the goddamn person that's healing everybody? The Medicus? I think it's you. You! Stop healing everybody. Get out of here. You. Get out of here. Run away. Check out these death claws as well. God damn it. You! I need you to get out of the way, because you're a problem. That's right. I need a limit break in a moment like this, to be honest. What the hell? There's so many more of them just coming in. This is insane. Alright, the Colossus is gone. I guess Elaine the Razor will just get taken out automatically. Ilbird's doing a great job. What the fuck? There's so many things! How the hell am I supposed to deal with this shit? What the fuck? Hey, Evil Muffin Top, thank you so much for tuning into the stream. Have a good one. I'm gonna lose Ilbird again. Because, god damn it, man. Like, do I have healers? Where's my healers? Like, they have healers. Where's my team? Fucking healing my squad. What do they expect? I think we're almost done. Oh my god. We're almost done. Yes! God, that was stressful. God damn. Gasp. Pant. Gasp and pant. Good work, men. Great work. So like, there's this weird side story that's been taking place this time, like with like these guys and this chick that we've seen for a while. But then I guess the prime focus was like Iceheart. I don't know, man. De-stress at the gold saucer, maybe. Enough talk. We've had enough cutscenes for one patch. It's time to wrap it up. Oh, never mind. Another cutscene. And I think my internet died, unfortunately. It's looking pretty grim.
No, I do not foresee a problem on that front.
I apologize if there's any stream lag for you guys, if it's buffering a lot. It looks like we've hit that point of the day where my internet goes, you know what, see you later.
You may leave the Sultana to me. I shall personally attend her grace.
Leave the Sultana to me. Why did they call her Sultana?
Sever one of the East Aldenard trade routes. That ought to keep Lolorito occupied for a while.
Teleji Adeleji is so annoying. Can we throw him out? Can we put him in a bin and then shoot that bin into the sun?
Nanamo Ulnamo. For my sake, pray be a good little Sultana to the last.
It's so hard to take a villainous Lalafell seriously. Come on, bro. Put him in the bin. And then kick that bin. Let us cling together. Let us cling together. The final quest in 2.4. Once again, it begins and ends with Minfilia. It begins and ends with Minfilia. Bad timing. Any excitement for New World? I haven't looked into it at all, so I have probably zero excitement for New World. This is like the only MMO that I have gotten into and playing, and that's because I love Final Fantasy. So
to think that Flame Marshal Huayu was the Garlean agent.
So yeah, New World doesn't really have my attention at all.
Together with Robon, Aline lent us much needed aid at the time of our Order's founding. She was particularly passionate about the need to tackle the primal.
I definitely do not have the time in my life for multiple
when we
MMOs.
discussed the subject, her eyes fairly shone with determination. Whatever else she may have been, I choose to believe that it was her true self with whom I spoke then. But
Her
now
true
is not
self.
the time to dwell on such matters. I have an important announcement to make regarding our effort to defeat the Asians.
What if we skipped your announcement and you just sent it to us in writing or something?
My thanks for coming, friends. Moonbreeder, the floor is yours.
By now, I'm sure you're all familiar with white auracite, the miraculous material that'll allow us to capture Asian souls.
Yes, how convenient.
Back at Snowcloak, we verified its ability to absorb vast amounts of ether. Alas, it leaves something to be desired in the area of stability. The stone can only store ether for a short while before expelling its contents.
Get a bigger jar then, innit?
In addition to auracite's inherent limitations, we must needs be wary of our enemy's strength. Our foe draweth upon an infinite wellspring of power. Even should we succeed in entrapping him, the stone will not long contain his wrath.
Yes, Oriange, that's a good point.
We'll have to be quick about it.
'Tis our belief that an Asian soul may be permanently undone if smitten by a sufficiently concentrated burst of pure ether.
The only trouble is, we can't say for sure how concentrated the burst needs to be. Without knowing how much ether an Asian soul is composed of, we're basically guessing.
I wish, like...
Our sole clue lieth in thy struggle with La Habrea.
Honestly, it feels like he's really struggling to read that script
During
sometimes.
That encounter, Heidelin bid you
With,
forward
like,
what she
how
called a
how
blade
he
of
has to speak.
a weapon which took the form of a luminous stream of energy.
Like, if you want Gideon Emery's best Final Fantasy voice acting,
We believe the blade
Balthier in Final Fantasy XII really is, like, the best. He's so good in that.
Your victory proved ephemeral, as La Habrea was able to use.
So I know that it's
to
not
flee
him
into
or
the
his
space
acting
that lies
skills, you know.
between our world and the void. The fact remains,
It's
however,
the script.
that Heidelin placed the means to destroy the Asians in your hands.
That's right.
Be that as it may, it would be unwise to assume that she will do the same when we next encounter such a foe.
Quite so, my lady. We must needs find the means to forge our own blade of ether, one to equal that which Heidelin did benevolently bestow upon her champion.
All he needed to say was, we need a blade that's stronger than the one that Heidelin gave to our champion.
Prodigious quantity of ether. Whence will it come, pray tell?
Papa Limo does it very well. I can handle Papa Limo doing it because it's great.
One to trap the Asian, and the other to store the ether for the blade.
Pray
tell. Nice try. But it's as I said, the stone won't hold ether for any length of time. We'd still need to collect the stuff there and then, sorry to say.
And therein lies the rub. Finding a way to create the blade whenever and wherever we choose.
It would seem more research is in order.
Oh no, more research.
I'm going to linger a while, perform a few more tests on the auracite. And I could do with some help. Oriange, why don't you lend me a hand?
Oriange, doth would be a pleasure, my lady.
Apologies, but I am required at the Waking Sands.
Okay.
Lady Minfilia hath given me sole charge of the premises. 'Twould be unseemly to leave them unattended.
Good excuse.
Sole charge, you say? So you're basically alone there, then? Well, that settles it. I'll just have to come to you.
That's right, Oriange. Can't escape it. Can't escape it.
While you were afield, word arrived from the Sharlayan motherland.
I actually made that comment in my Coded John in my Mass Effect playthrough when I was playing through Mass Effect 2. I made some comments about like how it could work as an MMO. Be interesting.
The Isle has been erased from existence.
A lot of people in the comments seem to disagree with me though. So.
The very fabric of reality.
Aye, yet the mystery endeth not with the Isle's disappearance. It hath come to light that a number of scholars in various other locales were reported missing at a similar juncture.
What's more, they all had something in common with the head of the students of Baldessian. Every last one of them was researching a phenomenon.
It's interesting that the cutscenes in the patches after A Realm Reborn are more voice acted than not. Like, there's a lot of them, which is nice, but the unfortunate thing is they do kind of drag a little bit. They just talk a lot about the same stuff.
Greater still is at work. The entity the Dark Beings call the one true God.
It seems that they've struggled in the script to really just kind of communicate what's important. They kind of just really go, here's everything.
She bore witness to the Isle of Val's final moments. She may be able to shed some light on this mystery.
Like, it's too much exposition, guys. And that's coming from me, who's like an exposition lover. It's just like, please stop. Nice, quest complete. Oh, never mind. See what I was talking about? I thought the quest was done. Why even take us out of the quest? Just put us back. Just keep the cutscene going. Just takes us out of the cutscene to go, yes. Oh, no, wait.
The 14th Imperial Legion entrenched themselves in strategic locations across Eorzea. So swiftly did they accomplish this, it was suspected that they had received help.
A dud?
It came from Huayu, my right hand.
Yeah, without Urianger and Minfilia, oh my god.
There is more. We have reason to believe that Huayu didn't deal exclusively with the 14th. She also answered to a higher authority in Garlemald. But this higher authority could not have been the Emperor. By consenting to the Meteor Project, Solus Zos Galvus showed himself to be more concerned about preventing the spread of primal influence than claiming Eorzea for the Empire. He would happily have seen the lot reduced to ash. We believe a number of high-ranking figures within the royal household were against the decision, but that they knew better than to oppose the Emperor openly. Of course, this didn't prevent them from making clandestine provisions, in which Huayu played a part.
Alas, these
Yeah, the amount of buskers that I've seen, like, just playing, like, random songs in social spaces has been so fun in this game. The bards.
To all intents and purposes, the Meteor Project had failed, and the Empire was left to rue its lack of a decisive means to eliminate the primals. Until, that is, it stumbled upon the Ultima weapon.
Even before the accursed thing was dug up, it seemed to me the 14th had the might to overwhelm our weakened armies. Yet they chose to hide behind their walls. Why?
The Black Wolf was wary of making the denizens of Eorzea desperate, lest more primals emerge to bleed the land. The discovery of the Ultima weapon, however, emboldened him to resume his war of conquest in earnest.
But there was one in Garlemald who believed that Van Belsar's actions were premature. One who stood higher in the Imperial Army's chain of command. He ordered the Legatus to halt his advance, only to find that the Black Wolf had slipped its leash, and that the 14th now acted alone. In a bid to bring Van Belsar to heel, he used the agent he had planted in Ul'dah prior to the Calamity to undermine the Legion's efforts.
A man who outranks Van Belsar, yet opposed the later...
Margot, thank you so much for the kind words. Have a good night. I'm glad you're enjoying the Dark Souls Remastered series.
Of the Garlean army, now
certainly a good one.
Galvus. So he was Huayu's true master.
But one of several in actual fact. We've learned that even as Huayu served the Empire's interests, she sold Imperial secrets to a certain faction in Eorzea. In so doing, she helped to maintain the status quo, thus prolonging the conflict. Considering who stands to profit from war, it isn't hard to imagine who her other masters...
Hey, Chrono Trigger, thank you so much for the sub as well. I appreciate that.
7 hells! You mean to say that she was a double agent?
Triple, if you consider her services to Van Belsar and the new Emperor as separate.
As neatly as these pieces seem to fit, one aspect of the puzzle remains unclear to me. By whose will was the Marshal feeding intelligence to the heretics? And try as I might, I fail to see how aiding their cause would profit either her Imperial or Monetarist masters. Could it be that another hand is at work here? If so, Huayu must be made to reveal whose it is.
have I lost a trusted friend. Now I must interrogate her as a stranger.
Not a pleasant task, I grant you, but a necessary one. Unless we weed out the ivy, root, stalk, and stem, it will simply grow back.
I know that full well. Those closest to Huayu have already been detained, and I will question them alongside her.
General, pray keep in mind that there may be unwitting abettors among them.
All will be treated fairly. On that you have my word. Those who are innocent have no cause to fear.
You have ever been a friend of truth, General. I hope the unpleasant task of weeding out falsehood will not detain you too long. Though it be for the sake of Eorzea, doubting one's comrades is poison to the soul. And with that, I take my leave.
All these years, I've been made to dance to their tune. How could you, Huayu? How could you side with them?
How could you?
Those cankers who take from this land and give naught in return, who use their power to disempower and grow fat while the people starve. I know you can hear me, monitorous scum. Your crimes will not go unpunished.
Is anyone here? This room looks empty, bud.
I will purge this land of your sickness before the eyes of the 12. I swear it.
Hey, buddy, no one's listening. Buddy, you're wasting your breath. Oh my god, the Moogle and Chocobo plushie on the bed.
I shall have no further need of you this day. Your Grace.
John, I am in love with Mass Effect, and I can't believe it's taken me so damn long to get to it. Like, my god. But I'm glad that I have waited, because I've been able to share it all with you, and it's been great.
I fear that not even mine own chambers shall remain private for long.
Has the situation grown so grim?
Ever since he proposed the Cardinal Reclamation Bill, Teleji Adeleji has risen to greater prominence upon the backs of impoverished refugees.
I can't take Teleji Adeleji seriously whenever they bring up that stupid name.
But the man's actions have torn a rift in their ranks. They snap at each other as rabid dogs. Yet now is not the time.
Teleji Adeleji.
If this bickering is a threat to law and order, might you not have grounds to dissolve the Syndicate?
Would that the solution were so simple, Admiral. Alas, my moving to dissolve the Syndicate is certain to spark outrage among the influential merchant class, whom the Cabal represents. This would serve to exacerbate the current unrest, and peace would slip still further away. Be they rich or poor, natives or refugees, all who reside in Ul'dah have a right to pursue happiness. It is the duty of a ruler to protect this right. If I am to perform my duty, I must needs tread warily. It would not do to make enemies heedlessly. Were Lord Lolorito here, he would doubtless say that I have my head in the clouds.
A ruler is required to take a wide view. Try as we might to cater to all needs, some will inevitably be overlooked. As such, there shall ever be citizens who feel aggrieved. It cannot be helped. But as you have informed us, the monetarists take no view but their own. They hunger for power while the masses starve. In the absence of a common cause, it seems beyond any one individual to make Ul'dah whole.
And the presence of a Garlean agent within the immortal flames only makes matters worse. Even accounting for Uldar's historic reliance upon mercenaries, such a grievous breach of security is unprecedented. I fear this business will provide the monitorists with a rod to beat Rauban.
Eorzea can ill afford for the immortal flames to be dampened now. Ere long, the Garleans will turn their ravenous gaze toward our lands once more. If we are to resist their might, our nations must stand together. Yet for this to happen, our nations must be whole. Cannot be done to improve the situation in Ulda.
The true wealth of Ulda lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her citizens. Alas, the citizens shall never know these things, so long as their lives are ruled by the ambitions of the few. The monitorists claim to represent the best interests of the people, but in sooth they desire only to manipulate them for their own selfish ends. For the government to serve the people, it must be formed of the people. For Ulda to move forward, it is not only the Syndicate that must be dissolved.
Nay, you jest.
Nay.
My friends, it was for no other reason than to make known to you mine intent that I requested your presence here. When I make my declaration to the people...
Yeah, this is an unfortunate way to close out the to close out the updates. Like, here's your
in the line of Ul, I make unto you this request. Help Rauban to preserve order and protect the people. Forsake them, and you forsake yourselves. For a strong Eorzea will ever have need of a strong Ulda.
Your Grace, are you certain of this?
There is no other way.
There is no other way.
The nation shall become a true republic. Both royalists and monitorists shall cease to be. Ulda will no longer belong to kings or queens or merchant princes, but to her people. Rauban, forgive me for casting aside all that you have toiled for in my name. Beyond this gesture, I am powerless to help my subjects.
The main quest is locked, dude. What? What's going on here? Oh. Yeah, so this is what I thought would happen. This is what I thought would happen, because they were talking about, oh, maybe we need to go and backtrack and like go check out other stuff, and I was like, oh man, they're gonna make us do the hard modes of the trials. So that's why I was like, I felt like we were gonna do Ifrit anyway. But you have to redo the 3 Realm Reborn primals, which makes so much sense. So I can at least do the Bowl of Embers, but we're gonna have to unlock the other 2. So we'll form up a party with Mobius, and we'll take on Ifrit on hard mode, and then bring the stream to a close. But that's funny. See how long it takes us to get some healers, baby. Yeah, that was quite long in terms of cutscenes there for the end. And I know that it's like, it'll make sense soon, like it's laying groundwork, but it's like, oh, oof. Oh, hang on. Shit, hold on. Wait. Have I accidentally... Yeah, I need to withdraw. I've accidentally volunteered myself a snow cloak as well. There we go. Alright, Bowl of Embers only. Bowl of Embers only. Don't want to accidentally end up in snow cloak. There we go, baby. The eclipse. Ifrit! You bitch, let's go. Alright, let's see how long it takes me to die. I'm almost dead straight away, so that's fun. That's good. I like that. Titan is going to be a bitch on hard mode, I can already tell. I can already tell Titan's going to suck. Ooh. Ooh, does it not show... On hard mode, does it not show the direction of their attacks? It doesn't show it. It doesn't show where his attacks are going to land. You have to really be paying attention to... You have to really be paying attention to their attacks. Oh, that's good. That's challenging, though. Ooh, like, that's gonna be an explosion. But it's not highlighted like it normally is. Wild. Ooh, you need to kill the Infernal Nails! You need to kill the Infernal Nails! He's gonna fucking kill us! Kill the Infernal Nails! God damn it! Oh my god. Are we gonna be able to do this? Oh, we're fucked. Did we do it? Did we do it in time? Oh, we did it! Oh my god, that's good. That was fucking close, holy shit. Oh, we've got 3 bars for the goddamn limit break too. Hell yes. Oh, what? Wow. 3 of them. got me. Dragon Song dive, let's go. Limit break. Took him down to 0.2. Took him to 1%. No, I died right at the end. I died right at the end. I got the limit break off though. Dude, that was awesome. So that's what the hard mode is like though. Ifrit's Katana. I want that katana. Yeah, I got the katana. Nice. I got the katana. So for the samurai, dude. Hell yes. Ifrit's Katana, baby. That was so cool. I liked that it's like the challenge is that it doesn't show where the attack's gonna land. You really have to be observant there. So I'm glad that I caught on to that at least. But that was awesome. And now I need to do in for Garud Awakening. I love that. To unlock the hard modes for the rest. So I am going to play Samurai at some point. I'll play around with it probably, but I am looking forward to Gunbreaker for sure. But it's time to bring our stream to a close with that one. So we did 2.4 completed, so we'll be moving into 2.5 next stream after we do Titan and Garuda on hard mode according to this, before we can proceed with Minfilia. So that's gonna be the end. That'll be it. So thank you so much guys for tuning in. Thank you so much guys for tuning in. I appreciate it. It's been a fun time. It's been a fun time, that's for sure. And I've been much more awake for this stream. Last stream, I was so sleepy. So patch 2.3 definitely was putting me to sleep a little bit. Especially in those cutscenes. I was like, I'm tired. After that stream, which was a shorter stream as well, as like 3 hours or something. After that stream, I went straight to bed. I was like asleep. From like 10 until like 2 p.m. or something. Had like a really weird nap. Woke up in the middle of the day and then kind of was a zombie for the rest of it. But yeah. Thank you so much guys for tuning in and being here with me. This was a great time. I'll be streaming again in a couple of days where we will finally be going through the Metal Gear Acid 2 cutscenes. So we're going to be finishing off that one. So that'll get Metal Gear Acid 2 all done and dusted and finished. And then my next stream will be heading back into Final Fantasy XIV to do patch 2.5. And we'll be getting ever closer to Heaven's Ward finally. But it's been lovely. That's for sure. I'm wide awake right now, but I am going to take a break, and I'm gonna stretch. Then I'm going to be recording Dino Crisis, Dark Souls today, and who knows, maybe even I'll read a little Berserk and play some Mass Effect. Who knows? That's everything that's going on the channel at the moment. Will I do everything today? Probably not. I have good intentions to do so, but we'll see. But we will see. You know, everything that's on the channel and has been on the channel for a while has been just so great. Like, I've been really enjoying it. Like, I'm in my stage of being obsessed with Dark Souls at the moment, though. Like, I just want to keep playing it. I've been like realizing how long the episodes are going for, and I'm going, I have to stop or I'm never gonna stop playing. And that kind of has happened in the last couple of Mass Effect 3 episodes as well. So we're pushing we're pushing close to those 3-hour episodes, but I'm trying not to cross that threshold. Because then it's like it's taken up so much time. Like, it takes a lot of time to record and then edit those videos, and to do those all throughout the week, you know. but I'll be trying to get them to you as soon as possible. We've got... What have we got? We've got Mass Effect 3 and Alien Isolation. The final episode of Alien Isolation will be the next videos dropping on the channel. So part 3 of Mass Effect 3 and part 17 of Alien Isolation, which is the Last Survivor DLC for Alien Isolation. That brings that playthrough to a close. Part 3 of Mass Effect 3 is going to be a lot of fun. Just saying. Just saying. I mean, they all are. They all are. But, yeah, stay tuned. Stay tuned for those. That'll do me. Maybe while I eat lunch, I'll watch Dex's Bioshock episode 7, because I also need to record some of my own Bioshock again as well. I've been prepping my own my own Bioshock playthrough so that Dex can watch a master at work. I've recorded 4 episodes of Bioshock. They're in the Apocalypse Vault right now. They're in the Apocalypse Vault. I caught up to Dex already, so. Except for I don't know where you've gotten up to in episode 7 yet, so I'm not exactly up to where you are. But we'll get to it. We'll get to it. There's like a point. There's a point that I get to in Bioshock where I think it'll be very funny for Dex to watch the comparison. I think it's pretty funny. It's Dex's shambles run compared to Apocalypse's speed run. But it's actually been really good. Like I think it's funny that I was getting really passionate about Bioshock, like talking about it with you, and then Dex starts playing it and I'm having such a great time like watching you go through it, and then it's inspired me to then go, well, now I want to do my own Bioshock playthrough finally. Play it again. And it's a spoiler-free playthrough as well. So Dex can watch it. And anyone can watch it. So I don't talk about anything that I already know about the game. Only what's currently happening in the episode. Dex says he's really enjoying it, but every time he starts that episode, he's like, "Oh, hey guys, welcome back. Welcome back to Bioshock." Back again in the underwater nightmare that is Bioshock. Hey Torb, welcome to the end of the stream. Welcome to the end of the stream. %50 for the mains. %50 for the memes. All right, that about does it for me. It's time to take a stretch. It's a beautiful day outside actually, so I think I'm just gonna get some fresh air, touch some grass, remember what it feels like to be outside as much as possible, even though I'm in lockdown. I can't leave my house. But thank you so much for tuning in, guys. It's been much appreciated. Again, Metal Gear Acid 2 cutscenes will be the next stream in a couple of days. And then most likely we'll continue with Final Fantasy XIV. I'll need to take Dex through Halo at some point. I think that could be a fun stream actually, because I was thinking about how to do it, whether I'd pre-record it or do it on stream, and I think Streaming could be really fun because you can smash out the Halo campaigns pretty quickly. So we could do like a Halo game per stream, maybe on like heroic difficulty. That could be fun. So get ready for that, Dex. We'll run up a time and do taking Dex through Halo campaigns for the first time, except for Halo 1, which you've already played. But revisiting Halo 1 and then playing the rest. And then unfortunately, we probably won't be able to play Halo 5 together because that's only on Xbox, it's not on PC. But most people will say that's probably fine to skip Halo 5. I'm actually really excited to play Snatcher and Police Nought Third, so trust me, I'll be keen to get to them. It's definitely tough and challenging juggling so many things at once and trying to play a lot of games. Not that it's tough playing a lot of games, but kind of finding time for it all is kind of the challenge. Because I'm really enjoying streaming Final Fantasy XIV, and then yeah, Metal Gear's been great. I'm really just trying to find the time at the moment because things are busy. But I've been in a very convenient situation being in lockdown and staying at home that I'm able to do this stuff. So I'm just kind of taking advantage of it while I still can. Because I know that once things open up, and I will want to actually have some form of a social life and a work YouTube life balance. You know, I would love to have that. So we'll have to see how we go. Yeah, Halo 5's not on PC, unfortunately. It should be, but it ain't. It's weird that it isn't. Only Master Chief Collection, which is still a pretty decent deal. I think Halo Wars might be on PC as well, so it's just weird that Halo 5 isn't. Because I think is Infinite coming to PC? Or is it just Series X exclusive? Yeah, Halo Infinite's going to be on Steam, so it's going to be on PC. So for some reason, yeah. So Halo 5 is going to be the only Halo not on PC. So I assume that probably won't stay that way. They'll have to. They need to. Otherwise, it's just so strange. But yeah, Halo Infinite's coming to PC. But Dex and I will play the first 4 Halo games and Halo Reach and Halo 3 ODST. And that's a goddamn journey and a half. It's the Great Journey, I'd call it, you know? I'd call that the Great Journey. That'll make sense to you one day, Dex. I'm very excited for Halo 2 Anniversary graphics, though, to play through that campaign with you. Halo 2 Anniversary is gorgeous. So the Showcase of PS is tomorrow. I think so. I'll probably try and wake up for it and record it, maybe. But we'll see how we go. I might even be able to wake up and stream it. No promises though, because I don't know if I'm going to wake up, and I don't know if the internet's going to be good, but I can at least try. If I can stream it, that'd be cool. If not, I will probably just pre-record it and react to what's going on. But reacting live with you guys and then maybe just putting that on YouTube instead could be good. We will see. We'll see. Let me check that actually. So PlayStation Showcase. Let's have a look. So the PlayStation Showcase. It says it's September 9th, so that means it'll be September 10th for me. So that's in a couple of days for me, because I live in the future. So while you guys are going to be watching it, yeah, it's going to be my Friday. I'm going to be streaming Metal Gear Acid anyway. So that's actually not bad because what I can do is I can wake up and I can stream the PlayStation Showcase, and then I can do Metal Gear Acid after that, because that'll be on Friday. So that's going to be the Metal Gear Acid stream. Yep, cool. Well, if that's the case, I'll wake up early and I'll stream the PlayStation Showcase, and then Metal Gear Acid 2 after that. Sounds good? Sounds like a plan. Sounds like a plan. Cool. Well, that's going to be it. That's going to be it for me, guys. So I'll see you in a couple of days. PlayStation Showcase reaction. We'll probably get some Horizon Forbidden West. God of War Ragnarok, probably. Maybe some news about if Kojima's doing anything. Are we going to get a Metal Gear Solid remake? Are we going to get a Silent Hill continuation? Who knows? Who knows? I have no idea what to expect, but could be fun. Hopefully we'll get some stuff on Final Fantasy 16. Final Fantasy 7 Remake Part 2 would be nice. I doubt it. But who knows? Who knows? We'll just have to wait and see. So guys, pleasure streaming along with you. As always, thank you so much. And I'll see you in the next stream.